You like crew? Am I in? Looks like I am. I'm on my phone and on my PC here. Looks like Streamyard's messing with me a little bit already, but I got a lineup tonight.
You're in. You're in.
I've got
you're
some
in.
very
you're in.
Brilliant people.
Just letting you know you're in, mate. You are in. And you was in for a few seconds, but now you're out. Oh, my. Come on, Dean. Oh, well, I'll finish off what Dean was saying. We've got a fantastic group coming tonight. You're in for a very, very big treat tonight, let me tell you. Very, very big treat. I'm not going to reveal nothing. I'll let Dino do that when he comes back. I'm in a supporting role tonight. I am the director, technical director. I've had to step in. Here we go. Oh.
Right on. Am I in?
You're in.
Crew.
You're in.
Yeah.
You're in.
Thank you. Yeah, my StreamYard's messing with me a little bit now. I hadn't been doing it all day, but now. I've got just letting you know, Laughing Eagle, I got a huge blank spot on my screen on my computer where you're at.
Well, I can see you and
okay.
Me, but don't worry about me. I'm out of here, mate.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna kick this right on.
Hang on. Let me just say, before he's doing it again. He's doing it again. I spoke to him earlier. It was no problem. We was all in here a little while ago. No problem. See, StreamYard is taking the piss. We have to pay for this shit. Sorry about my language, but we pay for this service, and it's giving us problems like this. All right, let me bring Dino back.
Here I am.
Right. There you go. I'm out. I was just about to say, make sure you do your housekeeping.
Yep.
Before you do anything else. I know. I could tell by the tone of your voice, you're very, very excited. So please tone that excitement down and remember where you are.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Right on. All right. Yeah, I'll kick this off here. Let me get the house cleaning out of the way real quick. If I click out, I'll be back. So ladies, don't go nowhere. Melted Red Brick University, Our Melted Reality, Fruit Kiss, Research My Research, All Mountains Are Melted Red Brick Buildings, Jan, Truth Seeker 69, Knowledge, Tobias, Peeking Through the Veil, Connecting the Dots, Alchemos 83, Deb, the red brick chick, Crystal Frisbee, the melted truth, Joachim Scar, Tartarian meltdown, Tara Johnson out there with the Meltology streams going on, all Eagle Eye crew, all brilliant Meltologists. Like, share, and subscribe, please, to everybody if you can. Donate if you can. Tip of the iceberg here, or tip of the spear here, as far as Meltology goes.
Hey,
5 minutes.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
That was great. That was great, sir. That was great, but you never mentioned me once. Thank you very much.
I'm about ready to. It's coming. And of course, Spartan Red, aka Laughing Eagle, aka 007 Spartan 007 Dread. Brilliant, man. Brilliant platform. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Without further ado, I want to get this joint lit. I want to get this lit with a little fervent heat. And I'm going to bring in 3 special ladies here. First off, I've got Crystal Frisbee. Let me bring you in here, Crystal. Hey, Crystal. Welcome, darling. You're live. You're on right now.
This is my first time doing this, and I'm like really jittery, so I might act awkward for at least an hour. So.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me give you some company, okay?
Okay.
Here's Truth Seeker 69, Jen.
All right.
Jen.
Hi, guys.
Oh, darling, thank you for coming in.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's nice to meet you, Crystal.
It's nice to meet you, Jen. I've seen you a lot on YouTube, especially the part about Mount Vesuvius.
Oh,
and
yeah.
bombing of Mount Vesuvius.
Oh, yeah,
that was really awesome. So
Thank you.
very nice meeting you.
Yes, very nice meeting you as well. You're beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
And ladies,
I'm
let me
beautiful
bring
as well,
somebody
Jen.
else in. First time
Yeah.
she came in.
I'm just
Here she
jumped in
comes.
to say hello to Jen.
Patricia
And then I'm out
Goslin.
again.
Patricia, darling.
Oh, Patricia, she's lovely.
You there?
Jen,
There
I'll just
you
jump
are.
back in to say hello. Hope you're all okay.
Welcome, Patricia. You're on with
And,
Fervent Heat, Crystal Frisbee, and Truth Seeker 69, Jan. Or excuse me, Crystal Pyramids.
Yeah, everybody has a cool name here, like Fervent Heat and Laughing Eagle, so I had to do something cool too.
I love it.
And this is my
love-
video game name, so
Oh, cool.
yeah.
I love Laughing Eagle. That's a good one.
That's just me, Jen. You know me. I'm always.
Yes, I love it because you are. You're always laughing.
Sorry, Pat. He didn't bring you in. He was talking about you in glowing terms, but he still didn't bring you in. But I brought you in. I hope you're okay. It's great to see you. It's fantastic. 2 newbies on the stream in Crystal and in Pat, and of course the wonderful, ever super hot Miss Jen. Oh wow, how you doing? I hope you're all okay.
Yeah,
Hello.
Crystal, this is my first time doing something like this too, so I'm kind of jittery.
Oh.
We can be jittery together. So
Okay, good.
It's the jitterbugs. Don't worry, you're in good hands. Fervent will look after you with his silky demeanor. He's
Love it. Hi, Patricia. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Jen. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you too.
Oh, this is great. I love it. I'm going to be watching. I'll be watching from the background, but I will pop in and show evidence a little bit later. I just want the show to get up and running, and is all to feel comfortable that Patricia and Crystal. Jen, she's an old stager. She knows what it's all about. And it's great that she's up there because she can keep you all calm, keep the jitters down. Anyway, I'm out of it.
Yeah. Right on. Awesome. All right, sir. Thank you. Again, ladies.
Uh-oh.
this is not good.
I have this issue sometimes with Streamyard. I always get bumped off my own streams and stuff. I leave my guests sitting there.
Oh, we can't have that. That's why I took the backup duties today in case this happened. So I will be monitoring so I can jump in like I have done, and we keep the flow of the show moving. Come on, Fervant. I was speaking to him earlier. No problem whatsoever. No problem whatsoever. And Crystal as well. We sit backstage chatting. No problem whatsoever. Now,
Yeah, I know. Keeps clicking me off.
Back?
I'm back.
Just keep fighting it. Keep fighting it, my friend.
Well, what I would like to do, Crystal, is let's go ahead and get this thing lit. It's all about the evidence here, and I know you got a bunch to show.
Yep, I do.
So,
do you want me to go ahead and jump into that?
Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead and hit the share button down below.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. Before you do that, Chris, just give us a little bit of a lowdown on yourself. A little bit.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yes.
You don't have to go into in depth. Just what you do and how you found MELTOLOGY and and how you found the groups and stuff. Just a little backstory.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll start with MELTOLOGY. So I started collecting rocks when I was very young, and about 4 years old is when it started. And I have a vivid memory of the first rock I ever found and kept. And I remember putting it in my pocket. It was by a little merry-go-round, and it was in the sand by the merry-go-round in a playground. And it was a small sedimentary stone, and it had the lines in it. And it was about this big, and I had it for years. And I remember just turning that rock over in my hand over and over and over again, wondering what the story was. And even when I was so young, I felt like rocks were alive, just as alive as bugs or plants or anything else. So yeah, I've always been drawn to rocks. And when I was about 12 years old, my family and I moved to Phoenix, Arizona, and we drove across the country to get there. We were actually living in Montana at the time. And I remember the road trip to Phoenix and sitting in the back of the car and seeing the terrain change and getting into terrain that I remember saying to myself, this looks absolutely scorched. And, I was thinking at the time it had to do with, the climate and that it was so hot in the desert, and that played into why the rocks would become so blackened and so vitrified in some parts. So anyway, I always noticed the mountains around Phoenix when I was a kid.
I apologize. That was me.
Oh, okay. And I'm sorry, I think I'm getting long-winded here, but what I was taught in school and the courses I took in college in geology never provided a satisfactory answer to me to what created these landforms. It didn't seem thorough enough. And I've moved around. I've lived all over the US, and I lived overseas for a while. And anyway, I moved back to Arizona about 2 years ago. And based on what I'd been seeing in online, it all started with the Tartaria discovery and the mud floods. And then the mud floods led to MELTOLOGY. And all of this came together at the same time. Me moving back to Phoenix and getting into the Tartaria discovery and the mud floods and the MELTOLOGY. And then all these landforms around me, just all of a sudden I understood what they were. And like the arches and caves. I remember I had this huge aha moment a few months ago. My son and I took a trip to Colossal Cave out here. It's near Tucson. And I remember the realization hit me that I am inside of a melted building. And I remember that so clearly. And my son was with me, and I'm pretty sure he thought I was tripping. But I remember telling him, wait, hold on. There are these passageways that are person-sized, And then, this passageway leads into like a room that has 2 passageways that goes out of it. And then, it's just all this symmetry just jumping out at me. And it's like, this can't be the product of chance and erosion. And that was my huge aha moment. But I don't know if I'm doing a good job explaining myself, but it's just hard to know where to start to explain this, because I never stop thinking about this stuff. It never shuts off. And my neighborhood, like when I go in my backyard or go in my front yard and look in any direction, like it's like there's a melted building, like massive melted buildings. And you see the symmetry and you see the repeating patterns. And that's a huge thing out here, living in the desert amongst these formations. You see the patterns repeat over and over again. And then like you get on Google Earth and you start looking at other arid regions of the world or other areas with mountainous terrain. And it's the same patterns over and over again, all over this realm. So, And that's what really is bringing me into this is pattern recognition. And I need to put some videos together on that. But I'm just kind of rambling. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
That's good.
Like it's such a huge question. Like, what got you into this? And everything got me into this. Everything happening in the world right now. With I don't know what we're allowed to talk about on here exactly, but everything with the VAX and this like huge realization that that our history is fake, and then the Tartaria and the functional architecture and the antennas and the spires everywhere and, the worldwide grid. And it's just, it's all just coming together at one time. So, I hope I'm making at least like a little bit of sense. So.
No, you're good. It's everyone's journey is going to be different into Meltology. And we celebrate them differences because it's, not everyone can be the same. We don't want everyone to be the same. And I'm sure that, StreamYard's messing about. It keeps taking us off the multi-link and putting it on to just one person. So that's StreamYard for you. So it's everyone's got a story, their story into Meltology. As long as you get here, that's the main thing. And, as we always said from the beginning, this is everywhere. It is everywhere. Anywhere you want to choose to go and look, it's everywhere. Everything is beneath your feet. Everything is beneath your feet. To do with the old world order, anyway. It is. Hi, James. I didn't get a chance to say hello to you. I knew you was in for a while.
I've been quiet back here, listening to the stories. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, me too. Because it's interesting.
Glad to see our ladies up here.
Oh,
Hi, James.
Hello. How are you doing, sweetie?
Doing
nice
well.
to see you back in the nest.
Oh, God.
Crystal, I just wanted to say to Crystal real quick, the pattern recognition, seeing the same layering effect everywhere. Grand Canyon, doesn't matter where it is. Vesuvius even has it. The geologist, jackwagon geologists, I like to call them. Their reasoning for this is sedimentary layers.
Yep.
And they knew at some point we were going to question all these things. This is why they started teaching geology in the late 1800s, along with his story and science and space and all this stuff like that. All started being taught in the mid to late 1800s to people. And then they came in with compulsory school system and started writing the history books, the science books. But yeah, sedimentary layers is their excuse for all of this layering that we see everywhere, but we know better.
No, it's wild. Like the whole geologic timescale. That used to be my reality because I was into geology in college. I took a bunch of courses in geology, and that was my truth. That was my reality. And now I'm realizing that, I mean, even history as we understand it is written by people that it's in their best interest for us to live in this matrix world, where we don't understand.
History's been written by the inheritors. That's why.
I mean, but they also know that we'll be doomed to repeat it if we don't know the past and what really happened. Then we will be doomed to repeat it, and that's what they want. They want to be the bullies in the playground all the time, and we never have a chance to level up and get to that next level.
They won't let us ever level up. This is why we're having problems with. I mean, we're out the door now. It's nearly 5 years, but this is why we're starting to have a lot of trouble with the streams and people getting strikes on the channel because they're starting to understand. Well, this ain't going away. They're onto us. We're onto them. Right. We've got light on us now, and which is another reason why we've got to be ever so careful about what we say because they will strike us within a second. Believe you me, they're just waiting for the opportunity because they have to stifle this truth. It's a big thing. We've stumbled on a key component of being able to topple this regime that we're under. If they're lying about history, they're lying about everything else. They're lying about everything. Everything's one great tissue of lies.
Yeah, if they're going to lie about what we're living on, of course they're going to lie to us about everything that's around us. You know what I mean? We don't even know how the sun and the moon really works and all this stuff. We don't know the dome and the material it's made out of or how far it even goes.
They can't even tell us. They can't even tell us there's a dome above us. You know, they can't even bring themselves to admit that there's a fucking dome above us. You know,
and that being said,
really give us truth?
That being said, look at how much money and time they spend on faking space. If they're going to do that, then they will fake volcanoes, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people are not going to go for their stuff if they find out you're inside of a dome, that you're here by choice, not by accident. Then the gig is up. You know, it's no longer, you know, we're basically captive. We're inside of something we can't leave. And then we're being told what to do at the same time and being restricted.
Exactly.
So that will wake up a lot of people.
Exactly. And speaking about being awake, real quick, let me interject.
It's lonely being awake.
We lost her.
You find out real quick when you're waking up to the truth, it's lonely. Your family think you're crazy until you find like-minded people. Jen, I don't know how you do it. You got so much truth over there. Everyone in your neighborhood must hate you.
Well, I got to tell you guys, I experienced all this stuff with Flat Earth when it started getting to a pinnacle point where so many people were coming on board with Flat Earth that we started experiencing all these same issues. And that's where we're at now with Meltology. So many people are starting to see it. So many people are coming on board. You can't unsee it once you see it. It's just like Flat Earth. You just cannot ever go back to the matrix of, it's just a mountain or a hill or a gorge or a waterfall or just a cave or something. And then you're going to start experiencing all these hits, all these attacks, all these problems with StreamYard, all the strikes on YouTube is because we've gotten to that pinnacle point. I mean, there's so many people now who are coming on board with the people that we don't even know yet who are seeing it out there and stuff and doing their own videos even. And they have to try to put a stop to it or steer it in a certain direction or derail it in some way. And this is where we're at right now. But this is a good sign to us that we're making a lot of headway or we would not be experiencing these attacks.
That's right.
Exactly.
I'd like to
real quick before I blink out, Patricia, can you tell us a little bit about yourself real quick?
Yeah, for once in my life, I feel shy. And I usually won't shut up. So
you're amongst family.
Thank you. I'm really honored that I'm here and I'm allowed to do this with you guys tonight. I mean, I've watched all of your videos and all the shows. And like Krista was saying, I started about 6 or 7 months ago, just watching things on YouTube at night. And I came across the Flat Earth stuff. And then there was a lot of stuff, the space. I never believed any of that stuff. And also, like Crystal said, I've picked up rocks. Look, I've got rocks every place in my house. They're all over the place since I was a little girl. And I think I might be one of them. I think I'm a senior citizen member of the group, just so everybody knows. I'm retired now, and I just have more time on my hands to do things. And when I ever made that video in my basement in my cellar, I thought they're going to think I'm a wacko doing this. But here I am.
Oh, that was beautiful.
I always questioned all those balloon rocks and everything. I said, how did this happen? And sure enough, when I started finding out about Meltology, I started watching Spartan first. I think was one of the first ones. I hooked up with watching Jen and Shapu, and of course Yoakum and I started watching the Tartarian Meltdown and all that. That stuff is what really got me interested in it. And after that, I was like, my husband's here. he's out back in the shed. He said, I'm not going to sit here and listen to this. But I got my daughter and my grandchildren interested in it when I went to her property there up in Chester. And the kids were like, so, Nana, we'll help you find a melted building. What do we have to do?
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I love it.
I just wish I had been a fly on the wall when they went to school that Monday and told their teacher, my grandmother had us looking for melted buildings in the woods. I wish I could have been there. So I'm learning as I go along. Like everyone has said, every place I go, I see everything. I'll take pictures of things, and I'm in the process of moving in about a month. So I haven't been watching.
After how many years?
After 43 years here. My mom passed in November, and I'm going to move over to her house. And she lives right on the lake here in Methuen. So, yeah.
Are you selling, or are you just...
No, we're going to sell this. So finally I'll have some money. But, yeah. But I love it. I love all of it. I really do. I do.
That's
and I think, did you see what I made? I'm a retired jeweler. This is my melted red brick necklace that I put on Meltology, Boots on the Ground. I think I put it up there last night. And I always, picked up things and would, wire wrap them. And I said, after this now, I looked at it the other night, I'm cleaning stuff out, and I said, oh my God, it's red brick. Yeah, so it's awesome. It's really interesting. And I'm honored that you're letting me do this tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. You have some great stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Out is great, great stuff. That Boots on the Ground stuff you put out, it's excellent, great stuff.
Thank you very much.
Very knowledgeable.
Yes, very.
Someone just started, man. You're in it. You're all over it. Great stuff.
Thanks.
She's an addict. She's an addict. Pat
Go girl. It'll do that to you. It'll get a hold of you, and you just I was up on Mount Chihuahua telling the people, and because you have to pay to get through the mountain to get in there. So I told them when I was in there, I was like, this mountain here, it's really a melted building. And they're like, really? We never heard that before. And I'm like, oh yeah, mortar lines everywhere.
I said, couldn't resist. I'm the same. I start talking about stuff, and next minute, they're scratching their heads and looking at you like you're speaking Chinese.
Yeah.
That's when you speak louder. You just speak louder then. That's what I do.
Real quick, let me interject here. I keep blinking in and out because of StreamYard. I'd like to thank James and Laughing Eagle. When I click out, I know y'all got my back, and I love you all.
Ladies, you know it. Now, ladies, are you still streaming both devices, your phone and your computer?
Yeah, I've got my phone up, so because I freeze frame on my computer, so at least I got you all up here on my phone. So
you might want to turn the phone off so it's not taking some of your streaming, whatever they call it.
He's got to use his phone. You got to use your phone for your hotspot, yeah?
Yeah.
No. He keep the hotspot, but he has his phone on and he's watching the phone as well.
Yeah, no, turn that off.
So turn the video off on your phone. Keep it as the hotspot, but not as a viewing.
Yeah, don't turn that off. Keep that
device.
That's another ball game.
Yeah, because hotspots now running two devices instead of one. So we got to try a little bit of everything because StreamYard doesn't like the truth.
Listen, StreamYard's blinking out 007 as well. I can't get him to stay in.
I see him down there.
Yeah,
I thought that was you.
No, that's the other guy. But
I thought it was you controlling it. I thought you were doing it.
Yeah, I am controlling it. I'm controlling. I've got two laptops, one for the left hand, one for the right hand. And he keeps blinking out. I won't let him come in. He's doing a dean.
Well,
Crystal's frozen. Is she?
No,
that's right.
I'm lost. I was thinking actually about the Falcon 9 launches.
Oh, right.
And man, I've spent hours just watching those launch videos.
Man, we all got stuck in that crap.
The guys, the whole flat Earth thing. I mean, there's a lot of stigma that goes along with that, and a lot of people, as soon as you even mention it, they're like, everything else that comes out of your mouth isn't taken seriously, and it's really unfortunate because there are some things out there that are undeniably weird. Like it looks like water, guys. The plume from the Falcon 9 launches, that looks like water. I mean, if you ever look at like the wake a boat makes in water and then compare it to the launch footage that we're seeing, guys, geez. And then, you'll see like the different components and creating, the different, it looks like ripples in water. We're told that's the vacuum of space and the twilight effect and all that. And man,
they've got their excuses.
It's all filmed in water.
Yeah, they've got their excuses.
Supposed to look like water. It's like those sedimentary layers look like bricks.
Yeah.
It's like the time a cop told me, I said to the cop, your windows are dark. They're tinted, because he gave me a ticket for tinted windows. He goes, my windows aren't dark. They just look dark. It's like, okay.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's really, it's really strange. It really is like waking up out of the Matrix, this entire experience. It's really it's heavy stuff. I mean, I know all of us, it's great to laugh and joke and have a good time. But at the same rate, I mean, this is like, sometimes the weight of these realizations leaves me just like stunned and just like can't sleep for days. You
must be new at waking up, and that's the thing. This is new for you, so that's understandable.
Well, this has been going on for several years now, but it's
okay. You're still getting that ripple effect, huh?
Yeah, like the cognitive dissonance, and it's just when you realize how deep the deception goes, it's startling. I mean, it really is. And you consider like university education and public education and, the people that publish these textbooks and the funding for the publication companies. And this rabbit hole goes so deep.
Yeah. It's all indoctrination. We understand that. Everyone doing it, everyone, of course, teaching doesn't know that. They think they're doing the right thing. They're teaching the education, but the ones behind it all, they know what it's all about. For me, I'm not surprised on anything. You throw on Jen's channel, you see something you never seen. So, okay, well, I'm not surprised because everything's a lie. So it doesn't bother me one thing. I like the new information, just learning something that I didn't know, but I'm never surprised at it because I'm surprised when it goes the way it's supposed to go, because nothing does. We've been lied to. And this is what's so great about the melted buildings. When people find out that mountains are nothing more than buildings, it takes away that ball earth. You can't have a accidental ball earth and make buildings. So that knocks all those weirdos out the park that think we're flying on a ball, flying through space at 1 million miles a day, at 1,000 miles an hour, at 66,000 revolutions, and all that other garbage that goes along with it. It's all the black holes, the all that garbage that goes along with it. It wipes all that out when they find out that mountains are nothing more than brick buildings.
Yeah, and then you're not taught what you're not meant to know.
Exactly. Well, they're never going to teach you enough to overthrow, are they? Come on, be real.
Oh no.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, what won't they lie about?
Oh, they'll lie about everything.
Yeah, everything's a lie.
There's nothing they won't lie about. There's nothing they won't lie about. Absolutely.
They will kill for the lie.
I mean, the lying. Sorry about that, because the lying is so pervasive that even if you go into the historical pictorial narrative and look at pictures, they're doctored and faked and photoshopped. We've seen them ourselves. We had one particular photo that had feet the wrong way, heads on different bodies, and this is supposed to be in 1846.
Skies are always faded out. Can't see what's going on in the skies.
Vanilla sky. Tells you that they're fake. It's all fake.
Altering dates.
Which is why I keep saying to people, this event wasn't too long ago.
No, that's the thing. That's one of the things that's so mind-blowing about this topic. I don't think that the meltdown happened all that long ago. What, a few hundred years ago? I just, it's crazy because we have, relatively modern buildings that are partially melted.
I mean, if you look at the era that they call the Industrial Revolution, and those buildings, they're all heat damaged.
I know.
They're all heat damaged. I'm saying, and from what I've seen, and my research, I'm saying the tops 400 years ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
As recent as that. Yeah.
Our whole historical timeline. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
The historical timeline is just the cover story to hide the X Factor event. That's what it is.
And also let you know that all nations, all countries are all in on it because they all have plaques and falsified information for every building they have out there, every landmark.
Absolutely.
They have a story that goes with it. So that tells you every one of them's in on it. No one's telling you that they're melted buildings. They're all telling you about somebody that never existed that built it.
See, I proved it myself. With,
all nations are in on it.
With Isabel Kingdom Brunel, who did the famous British architect and engineer. He didn't build shit. He didn't build nothing.
Yeah.
He's attributed to all these buildings, and when we go and look at them, they're all heat damaged old world order buildings. His railways are all built on top of melted infrastructure. That could never have been. He could never have put that there in that time frame. So we know that they
like the Eiffel Tower, same thing.
Exactly. They put up stooges. They put up stooges and frontmen to hang these accolades on, so it's a marker in time. It's he did this in 1845. Well, how did he do this in 85? It's all for confusion and smoke and mirrors, so that you don't figure it out.
Yep. And it's always been here, right in front of our faces, too. All this stuff. Flat Earth has been in front of our faces. All these melted buildings have been right in front of our faces. Yeah. We've been living under a perception deception all our life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The World's Fairs. The World's Fairs, that's huge.
Oh, yeah.
I went to Chicago this time last year, actually. I was in Chicago. And the reason I went to Chicago is because at that point I'd been into the Tartaria stuff for about, 6 months. And I wanted to go see what was left of the World's Fair buildings. Like the Museum of Science and Industry was the arts building during the 1893 fair in Chicago. And that building is really small compared to some of the other buildings that are now torn down. And that's all just plaster, temporary buildings, threw the whole thing up in 2 years? It's
incredible, isn't it?
Insane. They're old world buildings in Chicago. I mean, downtown Chicago, all through Chicago, it's just old world architecture.
And on the old maps, Chicago had a different name. It was Chicago or something like that. Yeah,
Chicago, I think.
Chilago, something like that. Yeah. So everything was different prior to the X Factor. Everything had a different name. It's just the World's Fairs.
A lot of cities here in the United States are like that.
Those buildings were not temporary. What we live in today is temporary. One little fucking storm comes along and it'll blow your house down. Okay. The buildings that they built were meant to last. That's why we utilize a lot of them still today. State buildings, Capitol buildings, stuff like that. It's all old world stuff.
I mean, it shows you how they were built to last, because if they weren't so sturdy, they wouldn't be here now after this event.
Exactly.
Yeah, they bomb them and there's still bricks.
Yeah.
I remember going to the World's Fair when I was younger. They had it in either Seattle or Spokane. I can't remember. It was like 1975, 4 or 5. It was pretty big. Don't remember the melted stuff back then. I was young, but it was pretty huge.
As we know, everything is all after the event. It's all made up, phony baloney.
Oh yeah, just to hide the evidence.
This is it. This is why we have wars. This is why
as soon as they invented airplanes. As soon as they invented airplanes, they started bombing things.
Yeah, getting rid of the evidence.
Now we can just bomb it.
You see, they can't have you thinking anything about the past like that.
Yeah.
How did that happen? How did we make this in the past? We can't make it now. They can't. They have to sever that link from the past.
Yeah.
And it's like it's like having a retro abortion. Sever the link from the past. You don't know where you're going. You don't know who you are, what you are.
Yeah, it's like waking up one day and finding out you're adopted. After all your life, you thought this was your family. It's like, wait a minute.
No, my fucking parents.
Where am I from? What's going on here?
How did I fucking get here? Whoa, and why am I a fucking slave? Stop it.
It's funny, but like the orphan trains, the stuff like about the orphan trains and the reset and the people. Well, my mother was 102 when she died in November, right? That's a long life. I have good genes on her side. Well, I did some videos interviewing her last year. I had moved in to stay with her. She needed a lot more help. And I said to her, my grandparents were from Poland. And I said, when Babci, my grandmother, when they came over to this country, she said they came as young children. And I said, what happened to her parents? And she said she didn't know. She didn't know what had happened to her parents. And it was just her and her sister Rosalie that came to this country together. And I'm thinking she was born in 1878, I believe it was. Yeah. So,
she has no memory of her parents at all.
She doesn't know she does not know what happened to her mother and her father. She doesn't know. I said, well, did they die from an illness? Did she ever say anything to you? And she says she never said anything to us about it. So I wish I had asked her more, but I didn't know all this.
Wow.
It's so creepy. The incubator babies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like what is it? I see it in my mind so clearly. Living infants. The
live babies, live incubator babies. That's what it said. Live. Yeah.
But it's an attraction. I mean, how bizarre is that? That it can be an
you can buy one. Just buy one and take it home with you.
Yeah.
I've
seen those. I've seen the adverts. I've seen them. Those old pictures of buy a baby for $5 or whatever it is.
And you guys know that Seinfeld said his dad was one of those incubator babies at Coney Island or something. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so this brings up a huge question of genetics, and we know that genetic manipulation is going on not only presently, but it's gone on in the past, and so I can't help but wonder, these vessels that we temporarily inhabit, how handicapped we are genetically compared to the humans that were here prior to the X Factor event, the humans that built these incredible old world structures that were able to harness, hero energy. And
I believe that what we are now, hang on, let me just mute James.
It's not me.
Oh, who's that then?
And this is what's so great about
it ain't me.
It's not me.
That's my voice, but it ain't me. It ain't coming from here.
It is you a little bit earlier.
No.
Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, that's
He's a ventriloquist.
Yeah. Just to go on from what Crystal was saying, I believe that what we have here now is the watered down, the filtered version of the vessel. Now, weak.
There's been poison every day. Every time you take a shower, everything you eat, everything they put out is poisoned.
I believe that we've had our real abilities stripped from us.
Yeah.
Our psychic ability and stuff.
And not to mention
all been removed from us.
Everybody has to go
through the process of removing we know there were giants in those days. Back then they've been removed. And all the other different types of vessels that were here have been removed as well. We seem to be the ones chosen to be the workhorse. And
our lifespans are incredibly short.
Oh, yeah, that's done by design. They have definitely shortened our lifespans for sure. They can't have us living too long to figure this stuff out. I think we probably lived easily to 200 healthy, probably even further than that, robust, the old world to me looks like there was no class system. It was abundance and everybody had everything they needed. It doesn't look like there was nice neighborhoods and then shitty neighborhoods like we have now and stuff. To me, it looked like everybody was equal. It was, a free energy grid system for everyone. Everyone was equal. And there was no poverty, none of the strife that we deal with today and stuff like that. And then something went horribly wrong.
You can guarantee that to get to that level of magnificence and architectural superiority, this system that was here before was not run on material gains. Games. It's not a monetary system that was run in this thing.
That's why all the buildings we do, all the buildings we do, you don't see prisons. You don't have to have prisons when you have people that are not savages.
Yeah,
you don't have institutions like that.
Yeah, you haven't got in their system. You haven't got to fight your next door neighbor for the next loaf of bread.
Right.
And
you're not going to steal.
You get nothing but monasteries, and we know that they're all components in housing, but they have prisons. We don't come across prisons unless they built one like Alcatraz on top of a melted building.
Yeah, that's a melted building itself. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. With everything else we get,
but they'll take these beautiful buildings after the X Factor and start using them for asylums and prisons, like castles and amazing palatial estates at one time. Now is an asylum and stuff.
So our realm obviously has been hijacked.
Yes.
And it becomes a question not of even who in my mind, but what. Like what energy has hijacked this world. I don't think this is just speculation, okay? But I don't think it's human. Whatever is pulling the strings, any name. Go ahead.
I think whatever it is definitely hates humans. It definitely does not have humanity's best interests at heart at all.
So what do they stand to gain through the control of the human population?
It's his feeding rights. It's feeding rights. You get a population and all they're doing is being negative, fear. This is food to the dark side.
Like Monsters Inc.
Right. This is
turning us into monsters, just like they are turning us into monsters. We've lost our humanity. The way they have us, battling each other. People are struggling to survive. The haves and the have-nots and all this. They've literally just turned us against each other. And a house divided cannot stand. And if we can't stand together, then they are always going to rule over us. Divide and conquer. Deception is the name of the game.
If you
just a sound check, can everybody hear me?
No.
Yep. Yes.
Just to reiterate something, that if you've watched the film They Live, I suggest if you haven't watched it, go and watch it again. When the priest is standing there doing his sermon, remember what he said. Remember what he said about they're out of our sight, leaning over humanity, keeping us in the doldrums and in the negative zone so that they can feed off of us. Just go watch what he says again.
And he also says they're all around you. They're all about you. And they are. They're all about us. Without us, they have nothing. They would have to feed on themselves or each other or whatever they are. You know what I'm saying? And they are. They literally all around us at all times.
This is why this realm never changes. This is why no matter who's in power, what governments, it's always the same shit.
Yeah.
Because it has to follow the rule book from the ones that pull in the strings. We want negative. We want negative. We want negative. Don't have any positive things happening. Keep them in fear. Keep them thinking like children. Easy to control. We can't. It's just like the film when the ants are saying they can't let these fuckers know that they outnumber us and they can take us whenever they want. This is why we've always got this fucking division amongst us. It's just. To me, it's very infantile that we can still be divided.
Well, if we stay divided and fighting amongst each other constantly, they think we can't come together and figure out all these truths as well. We'll be too blindsided by all this crap that we're doing and saying to each other.
More people are worried about what sexuality they are, what political party they're affiliated to, what color your skin is, who you sleep with. And these things should not be dividing us. It's a case of us and them, and people better wake up because the them want to kill the us. Believe they put it in the stone already. Georgia Guidestones. They've told you what they want to do. Wakey.
Yep.
Agreed.
Somebody owns that property and they still allowed to be there. Everyone acts like they don't know who put it there. All you gotta do is find out who owns the property.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh yeah. How you doing, Dean?
Amazing.
Get back again.
The entities, whatever they are, that have hijacked our realm, I can't help but wonder, if they were involved in the meltdown, the X Factor event. I don't, we can speculate on what caused it, but I don't know if it was just a natural occurrence, just a happenstance overload of the grid, and it resulted in, the melted world. Or
It depends if you what research you want to look at. So, Kristen, there is mounting evidence to suggest that there was an event called the Sunkist event.
Oh,
where a luminary hit the ground, and this is what caused the initial super discharge of electrical magnetic energy.
Yeah,
and this set off a chain reaction between with all the buildings that are plugged in the grid.
I think
like a short.
Yeah, I think it had to do with that Bible, and I'm not a Bible person at all, but they mentioned, you know, God destroyed Earth and it had to come back. I'm not a God person either, but there's a lot of things in there that kind of go with this and with flat Earth. And the reason why I say that, because if there was very little water at the time of the event, if it was contained, once the event happened, most of the water, if not all of the water, had to escape, had to boil, had to steam. That means everything that's in the ocean would have been dead. And we have everything that we have right now that creeps and crawls on this plane would have been dead. If not, everything in the ground and everything in the water, but yet we have a plentiful of everything. So with that being said, to me, it was an event that was done by whoever built it the first place, who created this place, and then started over again. That's what makes sense to me. I see no other way that we have too much of everything. We have too many zebras, cows, insects, ants, too many species that would have survived. And I don't think anything would have survived that unless you were up in a hot air balloon, or perhaps there's a cooler place on the other side of the ice wall. We don't know what's over there.
Also, the time frame, you haven't got enough time for everything to repopulate.
Right. Exactly.
You haven't got enough time for everything to repopulate. You just haven't. So
to me, it was a planned ordeal, and here we are again trying it out another time, maybe more than once or twice, but we know at least happened once, and it doesn't seem like it was that long ago.
If there's no trees over 200 years old and the X factor happened, say 360 to 400 years ago, that's a nice little chunk of time for repopulation and growth of the terra firma. I think maybe 100 and some years there to get plant life going again, and you know, the animals and the animal kingdom, all this stuff, insects and everything would start back up, and then it seems like we pick up maybe around 1811.
But you got to think where did all these influx of animals come from?
Yeah, right. and these animals are certain to certain areas. You know, that sloth would have never made it. Sloth is gone immediately. As soon as the heat comes, boom, he's gone. He's too slow.
The dinosaurs are fucked.
Well, you know, it's kind of like, I mean, I don't know.
And then there's nothing to eat afterwards. I didn't mean to cut you off, Jen. There's no vegetation. There's nothing to eat. So every animal that eats vegetation is gone.
Yeah, there would have to be a growth of the terra firma first, and then the flora and the fauna, and then the animals and insects to come back. Now, I'm not the creator. I don't know how it all works, but you know, he's the creator. He could just boom. There's the animals.
And we don't know if there was animals at the first time before.
It probably could be that they had
of animals, but we don't know if there was really animals.
We laugh and joke about Noah's Ark, but maybe there were arks.
Yes, there were arcs for sure.
On those old maps.
It could have been an airship.
There had to have been safe zones. There had to have been safe zones that were known about. Sure. That tells me it was a cyclical thing. If they know that there's safe zones, they know that something's coming, and they know the cyclical nature of it. So that being said, if there is, say, something like along the lines of some kind of event, sun-kissed event, pole shift event, where some type of object that's in the sky or even below us comes to the surface level and creates all this heat and damage. Now, what if we are attached to that in some way with our spirit and we are lings of the earth? We're earthlings. We are co-creators here. Our energy does matter and has an effect on things. So when this event, the cyclical event happens, what if us being in the state of mind consciously that we're at now, and they may have been at the same spot last time, the event is worse. If we're doing really well and we're in a really good spiritual place, or we're kind and lighthearted and not corrupt the way we are now, maybe when this event comes, it's almost like it comes and goes and we don't even know it. So it would be in their best interest to have us in the state of mind even that we're in now, because I do feel like we're probably in line for another one of these events, maybe not extreme heat, but something else coming to reset things. How is humanity going to make out this time? Well, look at where we're at. I think we're going to suffer pretty hard on this next one, the way they did last time. Maybe not as severe, or it could be even worse. Who knows? But I definitely think we have an effect on whatever this event is that takes place. Like I said, if they knew it was coming, they would have had ships, they would have had airships, they would have things that they would put away in safe zones, so that when they come back out, they would be able to fly around and check out the area and survey it and know where to repopulate and move people to. You know what I mean? That would take so much time if they didn't have those things put away, that they would have to trek over all this muddy land and not know where anything is or what things were and stuff. So I see it as like a cyclical event that also involves us spiritually. Now, listen to this. If we are in this negative space when this event happens, that means we don't level up. They don't want us to level up, because once we level up spiritually, they cannot be the bullies in the playground anymore. So it's in their best interest to keep us in this state of mind. So we are so damaged when the X factor happens, because we were not in line with the way we should be in line, with our lightheartedness and treating each other well and the environment and everything around us. So they can come out on top of us. If we level up over them, they're nothing. So I think the X Factor event, as scary as it sounds, it could be a very positive thing if humanity is in line with, the right way of being on this plane, which we've been totally kept from. Nobody gets along. Everybody's, all about drama and corruption and stealing and lying and backstabbing and everything, all this crazy stuff that's going on. Even living a lie all of our lives, not knowing the real truth of the past. Why don't they want us to know this? Because we will be doomed to repeat it. And that is in their best interest, because that's how they stay on top of us. That's how they keep the lie going.
That's why they keep the lie going. They have to have a dumb populace to rule over. Anyone who's got any brains is not going to want to be a slave. If you can see the chains of your slavery, you're going to try and remove them. If you've got any sense. Some people are happy in their slavery, as long as they don't have to make any effort or actually move. And everything in this realm is frequency. Everything is moving from one place to another. You can't sit still. You can't stand still anyway. It's an illusion. But I am going to jump out for a little while. I've got to go do something. I'm going to leave you with James, ladies, until Fervant gets himself back in. But I will be coming back. So James, over to you.
Bye.
I will be back. Bye. I will be back.
Bye.
Bye for now.
All right, Laughing Eagle. Well, great stuff. Great camaraderie. Thanks, Jen, for that great information right there. You guys, check out Truth Seeker 69. Always has great stuff on there.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. I always say you are.
I gotta have you on the show soon. Yeah, definitely. You are the hardest woman that I let everyone know. In my categorize, you are the hardest woman in the truth, telling the truth. Everything you work on is this great stuff. You do so much stuff in more than just Meltology. So great stuff. With that being said, I think we're going to go into some evidence. And Patty, do you have any evidence?
Oh God, no. No, I wasn't. No, I don't have anything like that. I wouldn't even know how to do it, to tell you the truth.
No worries. I know Crystal does, because if you guys haven't watched her, she has great stuff. Crystal, you're always putting out great stuff on the page. I mean, you're just a diehard. Every time I look up, you have something new on there, and it's just great stuff you do. I appreciate it, and I know all the other meltologists appreciate the hard work you put in.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Am I back?
You are.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and shoot into some evidence. Going to start off.
Well,
with
let me say real quick. Jumping in and out. Streamyard. I want to just get here. I want to get show evidence. If I keep clicking out, James, take it. I'll be back and forth all fucking night.
Oh, we lost him again.
I think he said, let's get Crystal on and showing some evidence.
All right, guys. So evidence-wise, this is just a start. But I have photos from an area called Canyon Lake here in Arizona. And I have some photos from the lava tube in Flagstaff, Arizona, which is totally not a lava tube. I think it's I'd like to, let's just talk about this momentarily before I start showing photos. I'd like to give you a little bit of a background on the lava tube in Flagstaff. So not far from the lava tube is Sunset Crater Volcano. And I've been out there too. I don't have photos prepared for that tonight, but I do have photos of that I'll share at some point. And I found out at Sunset Crater Volcano when I was hiking around, melted bricks freaking everywhere. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. You know how you'll have like the lava flows is what, right? Well, so I started walking around on these lava flows and just here, I'll be right back. I have one in my garage. 1 second.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I love it. I love seeing the excitement. It's just, it's amazing because you just look, your eyes are just like, wow, you're seeing everything for the first time, even though all this stuff's been around us all this time. And then you look at it with these new eyes and it's just like, holy crap. It's like, it's quite a treat in life. Although we should have known this our whole lives, but wow, it's just so amazing. And it's so amazing to see people get excited about it too.
All right, guys, check this out. Sorry to interrupt you there, Jen.
No, you're good. I was talking about you actually.
Oh, okay.
How excited you are to show us this stuff. I love it.
Yeah, I can finally be a dork and not have to worry about it. This is awesome. So yeah. And I put some pictures of this up in the group too. I don't know how well you guys can see this.
Look at that. Yeah, very good.
I found these in the supposed lava flow.
Mm-hmm.
And see how sharp that. Look at this.
Yeah.
There's no right angles in nature, so it's definitely a brick.
It's like brick width, and then okay, and so that's number one. And I have a bunch more in my garage, but they're a little bit too big to carry in here right now.
It's funny. It's like we all have a box of rocks next to us.
Check this out, guys. Look at that. Okay, so this was in the lava flow, right? At Sunset Crater Volcano. Now, the reason that I'm sharing this is because not too far from Sunset Crater Volcano, I'm not sure the mileage, but definitely less than 100 miles away. Maybe like 40 miles, 50 miles, is this lava tube. And there's this one point in the lava tube. I have a photo of it. It'll be the first photo I show, but there's this one photo where the tube branches off into two separate directions. So you're going down the lava tube and it's just this narrow tube, right? And then all of a sudden it perfectly symmetrical branches off in two separate directions. And it's the same height and everything. And Debbie, the brick chick, she has shared some really awesome photos of partially melted brick tunnels, and they branch off in two separate directions, just in the same way. So I have photos from Canyon Lake. I have photos from the lava tube, and then I have something on Google Earth that, man, guys, this is wild. So let me start with the photos. So I need to screen share, and I think Fervant Heat said that he would share my screen somehow.
Yeah. So
okay.
Pull this down.
So I press share, and then share screen. Okay, screen sharing is easiest. Okay, share screen.
I don't see you in there yet, Crystal.
Okay, I just got a box that says choose what to share. So entire screen.
Click on the screen itself to get entire screen. Or
okay.
To all tabs.
Got you. All right, so share. Okay, is it working?
Oh, I don't see anything yet.
It says Streamyard.com is sharing your screen.
Oh, here you go. Okay, I got you right here. I'm gonna add you right now.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
right.
there you go.
Boom, baby.
Oh, it's working? Okay, awesome. So you guys see my stuff. Okay, so I guess I'll just start with the lava tube photos, and then we'll get to the Canyon Lake stuff and the rest of the stuff. So here is, all right. All right, can you guys see that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then can you click that hide button down at the bottom?
Hide.
Bottom tab.
Oh, hide.
Right there. Perfect. Perfect.
All right. Everything good? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
So this isn't my photograph, but this is one of the photographs on like the information board when you get there, because I wanted you guys to see this. So that's the part of the lava tube that splits off in two separate directions. And so what I see here is, you know, on the bottom here, we have like melt flow. Okay. And yeah, it's too symmetrical to just be chance. It's just like the photos Debbie, the brick chick was showing. So, all right. Oh, there's me, super excited. Okay, so when you first start going down in the lava tube, this is right when you start. Let me go back. So right as you go in here, right here, is where these first photographs were taken. And of course, I'm immediately noticing these like sharp edges right here. And then it looks like we have stacks of blocks, right? And then like right here and right here. Can you guys see my cursor okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And you see that line there? It just seems like a pile of rubble, okay? And so same thing here. And then you can see like where the bubbles were at in the rock.
Yeah, getting that coral look.
Yeah. So looks like more blocks to me.
Is that red brick in between there and that crack?
Right in here, could be.
Yeah.
and then look right here. I'm not sure how well you can see it, but see it's another sharp corner.
Yep, nice.
And all right, so now we're starting to actually get into the tube now. And if I'm going too fast, let me know. But this was interesting. See, we have another really sharp, it looks like a piece of something, not just a natural rock, you know?
Why does it look like a doorway? What is this?
This is
camera.
Oh, that's the camera? Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I thought too.
Sorry.
Okay. That's the shadow from my I have a headlamp on, and so that's the shadow from my phone. So and look at that. It looks like a piece of something, a piece of rubble. So
Can you bump that back real quick?
You want me to go back? Okay.
Yeah, just real quick. Were those bricks over there? Or is that just what's that on the right there? Yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
Like right here?
Rock. Okay, yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Just a quick heads up, guys. Fervant's trying to get back in his Streamyard, messing with him again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Crystal.
Sure. Do I need to hold up for Fervent Heat? What now?
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. All right. So
Wow.
This was interesting. And so as you're walking along inside this tube, I mean, it looks like melt flow, but with like chunks of rubble inside the melt flow. Yeah, because, you know, we're told that this is a lava flow that solidified, and I'm not buying that like at all.
That quick question, that last pic you were on, that was also part of the lava tube.
Yes.
Can you go back real quick?
Sure.
And those chunks, those are that's so like the bits and pieces of lava. That's how they make them when they're cooled down. Oh, okay.
That's what they say.
Okay.
That's what they say. And it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, yeah, it just seems like there were parts of the cave that were collapsing with the heat and falling into the melt flow, or not part of the cave, but the tunnel or whatever it was, part of a subway system or some sort of underground something. But more rubble.
Usually the caves are depicted as nothing more than passages of buildings, upper floors, lower floors of the melted building, been X factored.
Mm-hmm.
Big slice of cheese he has his foot on, huh?
Yeah. And see, here's another nice pile of rubble in the melt flow in this.
And you see up above, it's not coming from up above. It's the same circumference up above. Those big chunks right there, just part of the melt.
Yeah, just flowing through this whatever it was.
Yeah, exactly.
System or passageway in a building or.
Incredible pictures.
Yeah, this is wild. I've been here.
Is that block lines up there at the top? Look at that.
Right here.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, look at that.
Hey, good. That's maybe so. And so, yeah, you have these. You can see in some spots where you'll have like a whole piece that fell off the top here, like in a slab, and But like, look at the uniform thickness of this. See that?
Deborah, the red brick chick, says fantastic evidence, Crystal.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Deborah.
Frederick says river of melt.
Yeah.
Classic brick evidence, Crystal, says Frederick.
Thank you guys so much. It's so awesome to share this with like-minded people. I have been in my own universe now for a while, and does my heart so much good to talk about this.
Look how scorched it is too. If you back it out, look at the walls. Look at the scorched.
Yeah.
Scorched.
Are you back, Dino?
He's up there.
This is interesting. It's like a hole burnt through the wall. And then that goes back kind of far, actually. And then, it's very red here. Makes me wonder, of course, if we're looking at bricks that have melted or together.
Nice. Wow, look at that. Ground is all churned up.
Yeah, isn't the texture so fascinating?
Man, yeah.
All right, let's see here. But this is interesting. It's like a little rift inside the melt flow.
Mm-hmm.
This is super interesting too. You can see like the different layers of this wall, like scorched and peeling back and falling away. I'm not exactly sure how to explain this, but
yeah, look at that.
Yeah. It reminds me, Mark Gollett, I think that's how you pronounce his name, a few months ago put out some really interesting photos of like slate, bricks turning to slate.
Uh-huh.
It kind of reminds me of this a little bit.
It has that terracing sideways effect too, the layers.
Mm-hmm.
And that weight of it's just pulling it, separating it, pulling it apart.
Yeah. So are we looking at, a wall that was like several block layers deep?
Yeah. They're always, we always see that they're 8, 10, 12 feet thick. They're so thick, just because it's all the expansion of everything in between when the brick heats up and it's trying to escape coming towards that passageway.
Mm.
And in this case, it turned to slate sideways.
This is really good evidence. Really good evidence.
It is.
That's sideways slate. That's cool. I can visualize what you mean there.
Yeah. Yeah, usually it's the other way because of the weight of it pressing down on it. So you get that slate because you have so much weight on top with the heat and then the pressure. But this is coming out to the side. That's why it's nice. Like Jen said, nice evidence. Usually when we see that outdoors, you see a lot of that turn into those cuberts. They start spawning like that on the side of the castles, so-called castles, and start rock climbing. See a lot of this on the outside. So it's nice to see it on the inside like this. It's expanding out.
That unrelated to this, but I'm really curious what you guys think. Columnar basalt, the hexagonal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Devil's Causeway in Ireland and Devil's Tower. Man, what do you guys make of that? Some people think it's remnants from the Silicon era and that we're looking at something that was once biological, or I don't know if we're looking at melt or what that is, but
it's all melt. It's a melted building. Spartan did the thing on that, and I think Sheepu did, and maybe Jen as well. A lot of people done bits on that place.
Yeah, that's wild. I'd really love to.
And you see the same pattern in other places as well. Other just that with the hexagonal columns, and you see a lot of melted buildings with the flat top like that as well, but without the hexagonal.
Yeah, it's so wild. Those the perfectly hexagonal structure.
Yeah.
But guys, this is wild. I mean, because when you look in each, it's like they're the same width, the same height. And this is melted structure, with melt flow flowing through it, and this is just wild.
It is.
So, all right, keep this in mind, and I'm gonna.
Can you bump that up again real quick? Just I was looking at something right. My screen. Can you pull the screen down a little bit? I want to see closer to the top. There you go. And then if you put your cursor a little bit up, right, a little bit higher than that, right in there, right there.
And pull it down more?
You can see, no, where your hand's at. You can see, I see brick lines in there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, right up in there. Right up in there.
Oh, and like right here?
Yeah, there's a brick line right there, sagging, dropping down.
Yeah, I need to go back in here and take a closer look for brick lines.
Yeah, it's nice.
And then, this is just so wild.
Yeah, and that's great stuff.
So all right, all right, so I need to go back to the folder. Where's the... Okay, so let me close that. Here we are. Good. Okay, so now I'm looking for, I wanted to compare that to Debbie's photo, but I don't know what I did with Debbie's photo now.
Is it on here?
In my photos? It's a photo of a brick tunnel that branches off in two separate directions. That's really similar to this lava tube I've just showed you. I don't know what I did with the photo, darn it. That's okay. We can come back to it later. I'll find it. So I think we were right here. Yep. Okay. All right. And so full screen. So here's another large piece of rubble in the melt flow.
Wow.
And
nice.
It's very red right there, which is interesting.
Wow.
Nice. Look at that melt.
That's wild.
Well, I would love to go explore this.
Oh my gosh.
On
Please let me know, guys. There are so many cool places I can take you to.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we need to do a group field trip somewhere. Fire Valley State Park, just outside of Las Vegas, or Valley of Fire State Park. Oh my gosh. We should all meet up in Vegas and go there together. That would be like super fun. And that's really I've been there a few times. I'll share some pictures of that sometime. So yeah, this is really interesting.
Look at that melt.
Wow. It looks like a train tunnel.
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? And so you have this rift that goes down the middle, and you can see it's like, you have this side here and this side here. It's like they were pushing up against each other. Like the floor came up and split in the middle, and then the sides. Am I making sense?
Oh yeah. And look on that right where your hand is up there on that top side, a little bit above your hand. You see those brick lines going not up there, but on the ground area.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, there. Yeah, you see those that pattern of brick lines right there.
I didn't notice that.
And right at the, if you come up to the top of that, take your hand right. Just follow the brick line. I'm sorry. Right there. Okay. Back it up a little bit. That looks like a right where your hands at. That looks like bricks right there. To the right, all in the melt.
Right. Oh, that does look really straight and uniform, doesn't it? I did not notice that. Good eye. And then we have more like the slate here, like you were talking about earlier, the vertical slate.
Yeah, it definitely was a melt flow, but wow, that's incredible.
It's just so wild being in places like this and knowing the only thing separating me from that this catastrophic event is just time. And that's kind of terrifying sometimes, because I don't think time is at all what we perceive it to be either. I don't think time is linear. I think our perception of time is linear, and we were designed to perceive time in a linear fashion. So yeah, it's just kind of crazy. That you're standing in the places where these things happened, and
right. And that being said, it begs, the question that are these meant for us to see, so we're reminded of what happened, so we don't live that way again, and that this could happen again. You know what I mean? Because they're keeping it hidden from us what this stuff really is.
Definitely makes sense.
And it even says in the Quran, it says, "Did they not walk through the land and walk through the dwellings and see what happened to the people before them, or how they were punished, or whatever?" You can call it an X Factor event or God's judgment or whatever you want to call it. Something happened, and it involved the spiritual nature of where we are when it happens. And I think, seeing this stuff, and if we knew what it was all this time, we would live better lives. So when the next one comes, we won't be affected like this. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah. Because what you said, you had that feeling, like it was like, wow, like people went through here. This was a place, where people were and stuff. And look at how devastated it is. And the only thing separating you from that is the time. But, otherwise, you would think you were just in a lava tube. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it would be nothing more than a lava tube to you.
Yeah. And Hawaii, of course, is full of lava tubes. That's just melted buildings.
Don't let me. You need to look at Mauna Loa in Hawaii. Oh my gosh, there's structure all over Mauna Loa. 13,000 feet, brick everywhere.
And then what you just mentioned reminds me of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, there's this amazing documentary I watched with footage. I mean, the cities are just baked to complete ash, but you still clearly see the outlines of buildings and castles, and but it's ash. And
Jen did a whole show on that. Yeah. Yeah, I've watched them all.
Patty, you got your shirt, right?
Yes, I did. It's awesome. Thank you very much. I love it.
Yeah, I love you, girl.
Thanks. I love you too. I love all of you.
We are a weird tribe. We're a soul tribe.
Right.
But this is just like a little fissure, little crack through the melt flow there. Maybe the result of rapid cooling perhaps caused this to occur.
Oh, hang on, guys. Let me mute out for a second. My phone's ringing.
But maybe this had to do with cooling. What do you guys think? Because it seems like, this event was a rapid heating up and as well as a rapid cool down. So.
Yeah, the evidence does show that it went by fast, didn't last that long, and then, like you said, that the cooling happened pretty much seems to be pretty rapidly, and then taking quite some time.
Yeah.
To cool it down, depending on, I guess, where the heat was. But it also shows that once that happened, the water came afterwards because of all the underwater pics we have to show the melt as far as you go down. So at the time, there would have had to have been no water, or the water would have been contained somewhere. Could have evaporated, went up, and then rained back down.
Guys, I have to go pick up my husband. He got done early tonight, but I'm going to try to hop back on here when I get back.
Okay.
Sounds great, Jen.
I'm going to be listening, though. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, Jen. Take care. Love you.
Bye.
Be safe out there. The Truth Seeker 69. Make sure you guys subscribe to our channel if you have not already.
Much love, Jen. Catch you again soon. Hope you can make it back in. Fervant is still trying to get in, by the way, guys.
Oh, bummer. Okay.
Yeah, he's having trouble, but he will keep on persisting, and he will get his way, no doubt.
Yeah, I remember he said he was having some internet trouble. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So James, you asked me if I have pictures. I have pictures on my phone, some on my laptop, but mostly on my phone. But somebody would have to walk me through how to do that because I have no clue.
Gotcha.
Oh, sure.
Tonight, I just meet another time,
Yeah, not sure if you could do it on the phone. But,
Yeah.
But you can definitely watch on your phone. You can come in like you're doing now.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you could do the pictures.
So I'd have to put them in like folders on my laptop, in other words.
Yeah, definitely on the laptop we can get you through. But someone else might be able to help you on the phone if you can't do it that way. But
yeah, no, I'll have my daughter and my son, who is smart because I'm dopey when it comes to computer stuff, show me what I need to do to be able to do it. So yeah.
This is the end of the lava tube. It's just that the melt flow completely fills the tube up and it just disappears.
Well, look at those brick lines up against the wall. Are those brick lines? Yeah, I see brick lines.
Right on this side?
Yeah. Going from left to right.
Oh,
Yeah, going across.
Then we have a nice red patch right there.
Mm-hmm.
Got some right here. Yeah, it just totally fills with melt flow. And
wow.
Isn't that, it's so interesting. I mean, I wonder how far this tube really goes. I mean, for miles and miles and miles, maybe, and perhaps it goes much deeper. Just another pic. Okay, so now I will go back to the beginning of the. And am I taking too long, guys? Am I preventing someone else from going?
Not at all. No.
Okay. So this, of course, we've all seen this. Petra, one of my favorites. But I mean, geez, guys, I can look at this for hours. But I thought this was interesting. So of course we've seen, stuff like this, in old world architecture. And then we have stuff like this in Bolivia. And yeah, what do you guys think?
Yeah, right.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking at structure here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And okay, so this is Canyon Lake. Wonderful place. Wonderful, wonderful place. And I believe that this was dammed to hide stuff, much like Hoover Dam. And that's Lake Mead out there, right? I think that a lot of these dams are created to hide evidence. So this is interesting, this flat top we have over here. So look at those brick lines.
Yeah, look at.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think we're looking at brick lines there. No doubt about it in my mind.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Very viscous too.
And I mean, just look how massive this structure was. And then
there's an arch right there.
Right here?
Yeah, spewing it out, spitting out, heating up, squeezing it out like toothpaste out of a tube. You can see the ooze coming out. And you can see, if you look at that brick line to the left of it, you can see a kind of different pattern as that oozes out. Nice. Nice evidence.
I'm so happy you guys are excited about this stuff. We could nerd out about this stuff together.
Yeah, it's great. Cool. It's great. You see the brick lines at the bottom. That whole building has the brick lines going across, blocked up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. People go here for, Sunday afternoon picnics and oh, look at the natural beauty.
Yeah.
This stuff is on postcards and it's on T-shirts and in calendars. And yeah, it is beautiful in a way. It's fascinating. But I see just destruction. I see wasted civilization.
Exactly. Demolished.
Yeah. And, it's just so strange that, these people are out there, cooking hot dogs and, playing in the water and, having their beers. And
we've been
just
taught to think that that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like going into a forest fire after the fire, looking at nothing but burned up vegetation, thinking how beautiful it is, not knowing that that's the aftermath. Imagine what it looked like beforehand.
Right.
That is an amazing analogy. Yeah. And it's so strange when you can be standing next to another person and seeing the same thing and be in two entirely separate realities, just like two different dimensions.
Yeah.
It's like that. I use this a lot, but it because it's so accurate. But that scene in The Matrix at the end of the first Matrix when Neo is walking around and he's watching everybody in the Matrix and they don't know they're in the Matrix, but he knows he's in the Matrix. You know what I'm talking about? That last scene of the movie. That's what I feel like with this meltology stuff.
It's like that in all truths, though. You get into the truth and man, you feel that way. At least I do, because people that are your friends, your family.
Yeah.
They don't understand. It's cool when you're amongst the same, people that, with the same, likeness that understand and think and free thinking and can have the eyes to see. But the other ones are just think you're a retard.
I know, and you just want to say to them, wait,
say it nicely.
I know, because
they don't understand. No, we're not the retards.
Yeah. It's frustrating. I'm getting better at dealing with it. Everybody is on their own path and on their own timeline, and I get that. And it's frustrating. But what frustrates me is when you have really clear evidence. Okay. It's just this is basic pattern recognition stuff. Okay. And you present it and it's just so obvious if you just had a slightly open mind, just itsy bitsy, just tiny little bit. And they're like, you're crazy. And it's so aggravating. But all you
messes with their comfort zone, though. You're taking somebody out of their comfort zone by introducing them to new evidence that can change their whole world.
No, you nailed it. You are absolutely challenging people's comfort zones when you talk about this stuff. Yeah. And a lot of people don't take kindly to that. But yeah, it's interesting. The way you begin to relate to other people, the way you relate to yourself, the way you relate to the world. Meltology, not just, alternative history in general does that. But especially meltology. But yeah, so over here, you can see where part of this wall collapsed. And that's really interesting to me. It's all just crumbling away.
That looks like the entrance almost to a castle. See those two pillars right there?
Yeah. Absolutely. No, absolutely. I totally see what you mean. I can envision what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Another pic, same area. So if I'm going too fast, let me know. Just same stuff, just different angles, just so you can see the scale of these structures. Nice.
The thing that really fascinates me is that melted, they're huge. Can you imagine when they were structures, how big they were? Wow, they were humongous.
That's how we know 90% of the vessels that were here before are now gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is a lot of housing, a lot of buildings, a lot of whatever's going on back there.
And whatever the irrigation system was, that water is pure. It's pure water. Continues to run, whether it was for drinking or for whatever purpose, for growing food. I'm sure they had these beautiful garden type things probably in the buildings, and it's just amazing. I just can't imagine how huge it was all over the world, all over.
Yeah, incredible.
The people were much larger and much longer lifespans.
Yeah.
And you get into the lack of bathrooms in these old world architecture and stuff like that. And it makes you wonder, I mean, just they functioned just biologically entirely differently than we do.
How much food do they really need?
Yeah,
that's the other thing. How much do they really have to ingest? And obviously water is life force. So there was always water throughout all of the buildings, which continues to run to this day. But how much do they actually have to eat? How spiritually evolved were they? So
you nailed it. I think that they were able to live off of the ether and structured water, and that their structures would harmonize and the water. But yeah, I mean, you can clearly see block lines and brick lines all through here. I mean, this is just a massive wall, a massive melted wall. So yeah, this is just jumps right out at you. So this is really interesting. You can start to really see structure in the next few photographs I'm going to share with you guys, like apertures, maybe these were windows, doors,
doorways.
Yeah. And what's beneath the water line. I mean, jeepers guys, boy, oh boy.
We're only seeing the top part.
Yeah, exactly. And so here, I mean, it looks like some of the stuff that you see in like Petra, right?
Yeah.
Here it looks like that's a column maybe there.
Right. Yeah.
We have maybe a row of windows here. Maybe these were windows. I don't know. But I mean, you can clearly see the remains of melted structure in this.
Right.
But I absolutely love this part right here. I have some close photographs of this. Look at that, guys.
Wow, that's awesome. Huh.
Yeah, that's a freaking melted building. Did I lose everybody? Where is everybody?
I'm here. I don't know.
I think we lost a bunch of people.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Remember, Jen left. Fervent Heat has shut it down for the night. He may try to get back in, but no, you're still going good.
All right, cool.
We're all kicking back, watching you, enjoying what you're doing.
Okay, cool. But yeah, you can see see how it looks like distorted lines in here. See that? Like it was straight and then like super scorched right here.
That almost looks like some kind of a statue right there. See it? Melted?
Right here?
Right around, yeah.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
90-degree angles, columns, apertures.
And then check this out. I mean, it's so straight right there. It makes me wonder, like, is this a collapse? Is this the bottom of a floor and it collapsed down onto something beneath it? I don't know. But I'd like to go up in that cave someday.
Yeah. You see all the staining on top, dripping down, the melt, everything expanding, coming out towards us. And it almost looks like on the picture, it looks like it's starting to crystallize also.
Yeah, but we see these like black
scorch marks.
Scorchado.
Yeah. Scorchado. Yeah, there you go.
Scorchado.
I see this all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, this black stuff on these formations, and that's everywhere.
Oh, look at that. Nice.
Yeah.
Archway collapsing, melted in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a filled in doorway, something, the melt from the inside filled it in.
Yep.
The structure on the inside is collapsing and the melt
Right.
flow is like pushing out of the apertures. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but that's kind of what I envision here.
Yeah, the heat coming from the bottom, coming up and melting as it's coming from floor to floor, and everything inside heating up, expanding, and of course working its way out through anything and everything, and that's what happened here. But looks like it rapidly cooled before it came flush with that opening there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you mean. That like the timeline, I can envision what you mean.
Starting to solidify as it's before it keeps on going. But sometimes we see it where it's oozed out, and you can just see the frame of the aperture itself. But this one here, we still clearly see that aperture, that huge archway right there. But look how filled in it is.
Yeah, speaking
Nice
of
picture.
arches, like Moab's wild. I've been up there, like Arches National Park. And but that was before I knew about meltology, so I need to drive back up there and get some photos.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's see, this is interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, it makes me think of like those celestial spheres being held up, by the statues, and yeah, this is a really fascinating formation.
Nice.
And then we have like this doorway underneath it, and who knows what that was, a statue or something. Yep, lots more caves and nooks and crannies, all structure. So maybe columns, or we have some brick lines right here, and yeah, I mean, there's so much remaining here that I think that's why that it's been dammed. Now, this is interesting because you have like the bubbling in the rocks.
Yeah.
Bubbles.
It's kind of got that corally look to it too, some of it, see?
Mm-hmm.
Which was a shocker to me that coral isn't even coral. The more you find out, Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Fervant Heat presented that
Yeah.
in one of his streams. And yeah, that really blew my mind.
Me too. Because everything we've been taught and led to believe is a lie. All of it. It's just crazy. But I find myself, the more things that I find out or I discover, whether I'm watching somebody's show or seeing photos or whatever, I want to know more at this point. You know what I mean? You just, you crave it now. I crave it now. I can't drive someplace without seeing something going down the highway. Both sides where they've dynamited to make the roadway. Those were buildings.
Yeah. No, I love it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the same thing. Like, yeah, this road cut is through a melted building.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so
incredible.
Yeah, this is
scorched.
Yep. Scorched, bubbled up. And check this out. Yeah.
Melted archway.
Yeah. And it looks like nice red brick flow right there.
Yeah,
look at it. You can see that. Definitely can see the action on it.
Yeah.
See a rock curtain over a bunch of apertures.
Like right here, like a little rock curtain right here.
Mm-hmm.
And right here, some rock curtain.
Yeah.
This is all rock curtain, like this blob oozing down.
Mm-hmm.
Like this was probably, you know, much more round. And then we have this rock curtain blob hanging over right here.
Nice.
Yeah. I wonder what an actual geologist would say about this. You know, you put them on the spot and like, explain this.
Yeah.
And this is all weathering, erosion, volcanism, millions of years. I see bricks. I see blocks.
Yeah. Yep. Good eye. And melt.
It's just amazing. So many different types of melt, you know?
Yeah. Yep, just more bubbles. Looks like some more, maybe a bit of a rock curtain right there coming down. You can see the weight of the melt, you know, distorting this. And, oh, sorry, I might be going too fast. And this is interesting. Off in the distance, you have like this square something. Super interesting. Definitely a building, some sort of structure.
Yeah, definitely natural. Square.
Yeah, but no, this is like a super popular vacation spot.
I know you're saying.
You know, just east of Phoenix. Okay, so guys, this is really interesting. In regard to pattern recognition, you see this a lot around here. You see it everywhere the more you look for it. But you see how you have like this hook right here, and it's at sunset, so you can't clearly see this formation in the front. But you see how you have this hook right here, and then kind of like a hook right there, and then you have one on this side. All right, so what I envision is that you have like a, say you have a building like this, right? And it begins to melt from the bottom up. And I envision the middle of the building and the inside of the building, you know, the parts away from the walls and the corners where it's going to be strongest, that the building sort of collapses and caves down inward, right? And then pulls the sides inward. And so I think that what we're looking at right here are like the corners of the buildings. Okay. Yeah. And like
this.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have. Yeah. And then right here is like the side of the building, even though it's like at a 45-degree angle now. You know, we're at the side of the building. Okay. And then this is what was the corner of the building. And it's got this hook on it now because the top of the building collapsed and pulled it down. Can you guys kind of see?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And so this, I don't know if you can see it clearly or not, but that's the side of this formation right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you see that all over around here. You get these 2 points that are facing each other, you know, and they're nearly at the same elevation. And yeah, it's just like
a lot of those referred to as this regular A-frames. And in that case, you're showing that shark fin where it's collapsed, you know, sinking down into its own melt, folding over. It's nice.
And this is something else that
top-notch evidence, says Jimmy.
Oh, thank you.
Big Jimmy approves.
So guys, this is where my neighborhood is at. All right. Like I look out my window and I see this.
Wow.
Okay. So I am in the thick of it. I live on a melt flood plain. And so, you know, this topography is termed, you know, basin and range, you know, the result of continental compression and stretching. And so the flat areas are where it's stretched out, you know, and then the mountainous areas are where the compression occurs. No way. Okay. So like in my last example, what I see here, okay, I see the top of a building right here, the corner of the building, and the side. And basically where it's flat right here, like these buildings just like melted down. Like this was all just like molten and flowing, and these buildings just like melted down into it. Like when you take a scoop of ice cream and you set it on the sidewalk in the sun, you know, you get where it melts, it begins to pool up. Okay.
Right.
So you get this melted ice cream at the bottom, and then the ice cream like melts into this area where it's pooled up. And so this flat area, I consider like the pooled up ice cream, right? And this stuff right here is the ice cream that hasn't melted yet. And you know, so we're looking at collapsed buildings. And so right here, I see the top of a building, the corner of a building, the top of a building, the corner of a building.
Yeah.
Okay. The top of a building, the corner of a building. Do you guys, I've shown this to a few people, like where I live, and I just kind of get the fluoride stare. Are you, do you see what I'm saying?
We've done all this, stuff like this many times. You know, showing that the mountains are nothing more than melted buildings, with almost the same illustration that you're showing, the same demonstration, I should say, as far as the way you're demonstrating, which is brilliant and great. And once the building melts, this flat area is the melt flood coming to level itself out. Following, and of course, there could have been other buildings in between that also melted, got hit harder, turning some to liquefied more than others. It would also depend on what the building was used for, what was in the building. No different than your house and your neighbor's house. They both catch on fire. One may be more combustible than the other based on what you have inside. Some of these being components and some of them being dwellings may have been hit harder through the electrification in the heat. And so we see a lot of different, from what's called sand to rock to gravel to mountain. So different stages of the brick melt. So absolutely. But for all those people watching that are new to this, great explanation, great way to put it, because there are people who have not heard of meltology before. And so, that's great. Great way of, explaining, but absolutely.
Yeah, this is nuts. And then, of course, you see, the sand around here is red.
And that's why you have that vegetation in there. The C14 still in there, still high in C14, high concentrated in it, enough to, have some plant life.
But wild is that if you take this landscape right here, right, and then you I'm always on Google Earth, and if you go look like at the Sandwich Islands, okay, just like off the coast of Antarctica, same thing. It's the same patterns there. It's the same patterns in Pakistan. It's the same patterns throughout South America. And it's like all the mountains everywhere, it's the same few patterns repeating over and over and over.
Same with the coastlines. You look at the coastlines, you start seeing the same thing on the coastlines all around. The same event that happened. It did the same damage all around. And now we have some things we don't see because they've, bombed it and destroyed it. But things that they can't destroy, like those mountaintops you're talking about, I mean, we never know some of these so-called volcanoes, if they're blowing them up or if they're actually blowing up themselves. Mount St. Helens, I was out there when that happened. I don't know if they stuffed it full of dynamite. Now that I know everything is a damn lie, shit, they could have been getting rid of the evidence. Who knows?
Right.
But I'm not surprised on anything.
I'm not either.
Yeah, I was looking.
There are so-called caves over there. We know they're nothing but passageways, but that are underneath Mount St. Helens. To this day, they're still there. So why do you have passageways underneath a building, underneath a volcano? It's a building.
That should be another field trip for all of us. But, I was actually looking at some photos of Mount St. Helens just last night, and before and after the eruption, and wondering, did they blow this up, or is this the result of there still being pressure and heat from the X Factor event, and that's why it blew up now?
Right.
But yeah, definitely the remains of a structure, Mount St. Helens.
Matter of fact, I think Jen and Sheepu may have did that with the showing that evidence underneath Mount St. Helens. Too bad Jen's gone. I think it may have been her and
Yeah, I don't think I saw that show. I think I've heard her mention it. I've heard her talk about it in the past, but I never got to see that show. I'll have to look into some
maybe
of
it was knowledge. Maybe he was showing a video. So much good stuff out there.
Yeah, I know it.
But yeah, this is nuts. Because when I look at this,
And this is in your backyard.
Yeah,
this is your area.
Like my neighborhood. Yeah, like I
Wow.
went for a bike ride and I took these pictures. I mean, this is where I live.
Wow.
And so I'll go on a bike ride, and it's a nice afternoon, and it's breezy, and the birds are chirping, and I look at this, and I see like the world's just like on fire and melting. This is all molten.
Yeah.
Wow. Excellent, great stuff. In case you guys haven't, caught on with Crystal Frisbee, it's Frisbee, right?
Yeah, Frisbee. Yep.
Oh, you go by Crystal Pyramids. I'm so my bad. Let me look at. Let me pay attention.
Is that a new name, Crystal?
Frisbee or Pyramids?
Pyramids.
Oh yeah, that's like my cool screen name, because everybody's got
that's your meltology name. I love it.
It's my meltology name.
Yeah, you guys make sure you check it. She's putting a lot of good stuff out there, a lot of good boots on the ground, taking her time out, which takes a lot of time doing boots on the ground, as you know as well, Patricia, because you've been doing a lot of boots on the ground as well. Yeah. Not just in your backyard or downstairs, I've noticed. Out in the neighborhood. Yeah. So make sure you guys check both of them out. They both have great stuff. Matter of fact, go on to Mark's channel. What is his channel? Boots on the Ground channel.
Yeah, Melted Boots on the Ground. I think.
There you go. Great stuff over there, and that's where you're going to catch this boots on the ground evidence. So great stuff. Thanks for sharing with us, and continue. Great stuff.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to share this stuff.
Oh yeah, you're going to get the link all the time now.
Oh geez, don't even get me started on the moon. You ever notice the moon takes on the color of the sky behind it, and people are like, oh, it's the atmosphere. I'm like, no, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, if you can see through it, you're not landing on it.
No.
Right.
No. And so this is off to the north. I have some better pictures of this. This is a zoom from super far away. But yeah, this is north of my neighborhood. Just massive melted structures everywhere. Wow. Yes. Okay, now this is also at Canyon Lake. And there is, and so it's really wild because so it's like this is a wall and it kind of like curves, but then on the other side, it's like the same thing. And then you have this gap between. And this reminds me of a formation. It's in Saudi Arabia somewhere, I think. I couldn't find the photograph. It's buried in my photos somewhere. But it's absolutely similar to this. So, of course, we see the block lines, the brick lines down here. And so I'm thinking, is this like a wall, like part of a star fort or something? But yes, it feels very fortress-like. And this is another flat top out at Canyon Lake.
And you can see that one. Can you go back to that one real quick, Crystal? I'm sorry. I'm just going to break that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because we see this a lot. And of course, this one doesn't have brick remaining on it, but we'll see this a lot with buildings that's still intact. And you'll see the inside is just flooded it's always flooded within itself when you see these so-called castles and so forth that are damaged like this. So on this here, you can see at the high part there, part of this building, then it's sunk down at the low end as it comes down, as it's sliding down there towards the right, sinking down in itself. And then it's swerving, kind of coming towards us. You can see if you can just visualize, if you put water on top up there and let it flow down, it's going to come down and it's going to start flowing towards us at the end. So that's a nice evidence right there. And you can see those apertures right there in the middle. Can you use your, right there. And then move your hand to the left of that left aperture. Right there. The aperture to the right of your hand.
Right here?
That black area right there. You see that's an opening right there You don't have to blow it up so much if you don't want to, but you can see that opening, and you can see the action kind of coming towards us as it's closing up there. But yeah, that's a nice picture there. A lot of stuff going on there. Nice.
It's super interesting because you can see how it's all collapsed because you know how it's flat here and then it's flat here. Well, at one point, you know, that was probably all level.
Yeah.
And so it's just like collapsed.
If you take your hand back to that middle aperture there, down towards the bottom there, and then go underneath it, you can see the brick line. You see what angle that brick line is going at? That brick line is going towards 3 o'clock instead of horizontal. So you can see that it's dropping down. The middle is pushing down on itself.
Man, it's so like it's interesting, like going through the timeline and envisioning how this melt actually occurred, and like how much time did it take? I mean, did this occur in 20 minutes, 20 hours, 20 days?
Yeah, it's hard to say, huh?
How long did it take? And then of course you wonder about, like the atmospheric conditions and how that was affected by the meltdown and how long that persisted.
Well, also we don't know how deep it is. The deepest we know is the Mariana Trench, but that is not what we call the motherboard that we're on. So this melt's going to have to come from the motherboard up. And so however long it's taking to get, we're only seeing the tops of it, the top of the melted building. We're not seeing the bottom or nowhere near it. Even when you look into that Mariana Trench, it's all melted down there, but it's not buildings down there. You don't see brick buildings. You don't see no pockets of survival. So we know we're going deeper than that. Welcome back, Fervant Heat.
Am I back?
Fervant Heat.
You are.
Hey, I love you all. As long as I'm here and not going to blink out, I love you all. It's finally letting me in.
You're good. You're good. She's doing a great job. She's doing a great job.
I've been trying to watch you guys on YouTube and back and forth. You all are doing great. Crystal, Patty, bless you both for being in here, showing your stuff. James, brother, fucking got my back. Laughing Eagle, I know you're back there. I don't know what to say, bro. Streamyard sucks balls.
I don't know if we lost him or if he jumped out, but hey,
he said what he wanted to say.
Off his chest.
but you're making a wonderful point, and I often spend time thinking about the ocean floor. And is the ocean floor the top of something else? And like where does the realm actually begin? Like what is actual ground level? What was ground level?
Right. Well, there is a picture that Spartan has shown and Fervent Heat has shown before, and it's not a real deep picture, but it's holding on to two different continents underneath the water where the melt has come out, and they're touching both continents. So we know the melt is going down. How far? I have to assume if it came from the motherboard, we'd have to assume it's somewhere on there, unless there's some type of protection, but above it. But something, in that area. But we'll never know because they don't even tell us this information. So.
But I have an interesting question. I'd love to hear what you guys think on this. But
let me get into the chat as well so we can see what they say. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So whenever you go outside, you can always find two things: rocks and ants. Okay. But ants aside, there are rock fragments everywhere. Doesn't matter where you go. You look down, you can find rocks. And, each little rock was a part of a bigger rock and part of a bigger rock. And I can't help but wonder, the more I get into this research and the evidence and realizing that we live in this completely post-apocalyptic world, all right, was there a time before there were bits of rocks everywhere? Because it's like we live in amongst utter destruction.
Yes, it was all buildings.
And so I'm like, I know this is it's a strange question, but have there always been rocks? What?
I thought about something like that not too long ago too. Once I realized that all mountains are melted brick buildings, but are there any real rocks? Like, is there something like, is granite real or is granite melted brick too? It's melted brick too, but are there any real rocks?
Like, no. What was the source? Was the source material for all the rocks that we have, all right,
Yes.
formations, fragments, was the source material all buildings? And okay, so let's assume that it was. The source material of all of the rock fragments and everything were buildings. Then, now we're getting into like, creation and God and all that, but like, what were the buildings made out of, and where did the materials come from to create the buildings? And so are rocks, anyway, it's.
So the evidence, and that's a great question. The evidence that we presented and been looking at for the last 4 to 5 years or whatever, since the discovery was made on meltology, is that everything comes from brick. The minerals, the gold, the silver, all seems to come from brick. Now, as far as now, since it comes from brick, that doesn't mean that, and I've thought about this myself, doesn't mean that there wasn't other things here that are composed of the same material as brick. Because if you can make a brick, you can make a pile of dust as well, and have life in it, because you have to have some type of something for plant life to grow into. I mean, it doesn't so much have to grow into soil, but it has to have something to maintain itself. But all the evidence shows that everything comes from brick.
Interesting.
I mean, there's all kind of evidence that we've posted showing different crystals and diorite or whatever it is, whatever type of crystal type of thing coming out of the ground that's attached to brick, to rock, that they're pulling it out of the ground, breaking it off of brick or what used to be brick. But that doesn't mean you couldn't have had stuff laying around. I mean, we don't know, but everything seems to be composed of the same material as brick.
That is so interesting.
Deborah the Red Brick Chick commented and said, clay equals earth.
Yeah. And then you have your mortar, which comes right out of it as well. You they use this, which is brick ash. All the same material that they use now to make brick and clay and everything is the same stuff, brick ash that we're calling brick ash.
Yeah, it's wild, guys. The world's been completely destroyed.
Yeah, it has.
And we put it on postcards.
Yeah, imagine.
It's like so upside down.
I know.
And look at these brick lines on both of them. Both pieces have brick lines. One's going to you at 2 o'clock, and one of them's horizontal. I mean, completely horizontal. That right one, and I see it blocking up on the right side over there, towards the bottom.
And so it looks like this is all melt flow right here, coming out between. And so like how tall were these walls? And it's just crazy. But definitely structure. I mean, geez.
Looks very bricky underneath your hand over there. That whole thing looks bricky. Brick pattern everywhere. Brick pattern everywhere.
Another photo, same stuff.
Nice.
But look at this, guys. Same height on both sides.
Imagine that. Wow.
Just chance. Millions of years of water erosion.
Yeah.
Layers. Yeah, and they just left that middle piece alone, but they, even both sides out. Yeah. Hate when that happens.
It's just it's like the mainstream academic geological narrative just becomes more and more and more absurd. So
it does.
And this is a creek. So down here, all right, by these cactus, these saguaros, there's a creek. And so I was hiking around down in the creek. Look at this melt flow down in the creek.
Wow.
Incredible. And we see that everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere. It's all over the place. You can find the same pattern.
Same structure. More melt flow in the creek. Look, we've got some. It's nice and red.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Oh, driving pic, just another one of those 45
pyramid shape, yeah.
Oh, this is in where was this? Afghanistan? I don't remember. But see, worldwide, we have the same patterns. Might as well be in Phoenix. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Same repeating pattern over and over again. So I see here that this is just like a collapsed building. And so maybe that was one corner. This was another corner. This was a side. This was a side. This middle part is the collapse.
Mm-hmm.
And then this also, I mean, you just see the same pattern that we see here on the top. You see that
like it imploded. It imploded.
Yeah. You see the same pattern in icebergs too, whatever icebergs actually are. So. Oh, another one of those celestial spheres. But guys, I have like literally thousands of more photos, but for my first stream, that's all I put together.
That's awesome.
But if you guys are interested, if I'm not like taking too much time here again, I can share with you the that Google Earth stuff I was talking about.
Oh, you're good to go. You're good.
All right, so check this out, guys. So a sleepless night, I was poking around down in South Africa. Look at this, guys. Look at this melted grid.
Wow.
Okay, so let me zoom out so you know where we're at. Okay. So this is where we're at. And I was just looking for arid zones one night, and I was poking around down here. And this is interesting. Are you guys familiar with the Klerksdorp spheres? Have you guys heard about those?
I haven't.
Okay. I need some pictures. Well, there are these spheres that are like these little metallic spheres that are found in South Africa and in strata that they say is like 3 billion years old. But now look at the name of this town. So we have a town in South Africa called Klerksdorp, and then we have Klerkshoop. And so these little metallic spheres are found all over this area. And so I'm thinking that the inhabitants of this melted civilization, this is just an artifact of the inhabitants of this melted civilization. But guys, this is absolute, complete and utter grid meltdown. Look at this. Look at the symmetry.
Yeah.
I can spend hours just looking at this. And then look at this. Look, we have symmetry over here.
Mm.
Boy, would I like to drive through there. But yeah, this reminds me of like the grids that you see in like Madrid and in Paris. You have these city grids. That's what this reminds me of. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, spend some time poking around down in South Africa. I mean, it's just completely wasted out here, just wasted civilization.
Wow. Yeah. Some of the old maps too that Jennifer had on one of her shows, her and Chapu, the maps that they found someplace online were like there was 1,500 and something, 1,600 and something. The earlier maps showed that Africa, all of those areas that you just showed were flourishing, tropical forestry and everything. And then about 200 years later on some of the following maps, it's just like barren, gone. Yeah. Another one that fascinates me on those old maps is that California was a complete island.
Yep.
Have you seen some of those? Yeah.
I know just what you're talking about. Yeah. But guys, that's all of my evidence.
Well, that's terrific.
I could spend like 4 hours with you guys on Google Earth and show you stuff, but that was just, where'd everybody go? There we go.
It's just us.
All right.
Well, I think your evidence was fantastic.
But guys, thank you. What about you, Patricia? Do you have anything that you wanted to? I know you said you didn't have any photos today, but
yeah, I have to learn how to do that first of all.
No, but I've been seeing this. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been seeing the stuff you're putting in the group. It's really awesome.
My boots on the ground videos. Yeah, it started in my cellar right here.
The bricks in your cellar. I remember that.
Yeah, I do have some photos that I'll probably share in the near future. They're not melted buildings, but it's old world buildings that have some heat damage to them around this town and the next city over. Similar to the cemetery stuff that I put up. But there's one in particular that's it's a water tower. They call it the reservoir, and there's Antiquitech at the top, and it's the type that's opened up, like it looks like a Christmas decoration almost, going every which way, and it's still on there. Of course, it's all fenced off, but I zoomed in on it to take a picture of it, so that's pretty interesting too. And there's a couple of other places I'd like to go to once I get most of my cleaning and sorting and packing done. Maybe once I move, I can go to that place and do a nice video there.
Nice. That'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Awesome. Crystal.
But yeah, guys, that's it. That's my first stream. I can't believe I made it this long. I thought I'd chicken out after 15 minutes and run away.
You did great.
Well, that was great. It was great for you to come in and share that great evidence with us, with the nest, with the crew, and everyone else that gets a chance to watch this video. It's excellent stuff.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Alchemos83. Thank you. But no, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate everybody that's here. This topic is really important. It rewrites history. It rewrites reality. It exposes that our entire reality is a lie. It's fictional. And yeah, I mean, this is one of I think it's one of the most profound and deepest levels of truth seeking. Is this meltology topic? So it changes literally changes everything as we know it.
Right.
Yeah, it does.
And then with this lie exposed, it helps. It's like a domino effect. If we realize they'll lie to us about this, then we realize they'll lie to us about everything. And once we realize that, I think we're in a position where we can begin to become empowered. So I don't know if there's a way to get out of this mess in this lifetime, a way to defeat these parasites that seem to have hijacked our realm. I don't know. But I think if there is a possibility of it occurring, it comes through research like this.
That's right.
Yeah, like-minded people and sharing, getting other people involved. Waking people up is what we call it, which is one of the hardest things to do, as you probably already know.
Some people don't want to wake up. It's too inconvenient.
No, but there are a lot of new ones, and a lot of new people are coming on to the different, to the various shows and that. And I see that almost every day there's new names. So that's great. So there's a lot more coming on, right?
Yes.
And I think my son doesn't think I'm completely batshit crazy.
Awesome. My girl.
Yeah.
I could see him looking at me through the corner of his eye like, maybe she's on to something.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
How old is your son?
17.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he's at that age that I got I got the little one, so she's gonna be easy. She's only 1, so she's growing up into it.
Baby eagle, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Baby eagle.
It's easier for that, to grow into it instead of trying to change someone at 17. But at least it's easy enough that they can see and catch on and hopefully learns fast and spreads the word to other young individuals, because we need that young blood in here as well. Wake up everyone.
Yeah, we do.
Right.
But guys, it's almost 5. I actually got a jam. I got to go do some stuff. So I'm not sure.
A message from Fervant Heat. It says, "Great job, Crystal."
Thank you, Fervant Heat. Fervent Heat invited me to be part of all of this, so I wouldn't be for him. And he was asking me for a while, and I'm like, man, I'll get around to it, but I don't know. But I finally did it, and it's because he was like so super supportive of me. So thank you, Fervant.
Yeah, thank you for me too. I don't, like I said, I didn't have evidence to do it. He had asked me a couple of times, come on the live stream.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if I can do that. But he said, yeah, it'll be fun. You'll have fun.
Yeah, I'll keep working on. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I live in the thick of it out here, so I'll keep working on getting evidence together, and every few weeks, present my findings. So
Nice.
it's an endless world of melted stuff out here to explore.
Yeah.
So
Keep dropping it in that chat too.
yeah.
In the group, because it's great stuff.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jam, guys. Pleasure meeting all of you, and
You take care, Crystal. Thanks for coming on.
Crystal.
All right. Have a great night. Take care. I love you all. All right. Bye-bye.
Wow. All right. Great stuff. Wow. Fervant did say we're going to be in for a treat tonight, and it's been nothing but a treat. Unfortunately, Jen had to, take off early to go pick up her husband. So we did not get to see her great evidence or get to pick her mind as long as, for, that long. But maybe she'll make it back in. But if not, we wish her well, and we'll see her on the rebound. Patricia, thanks for coming in. I mean, wish you had some evidence to show. You're more than welcome to hang out. I'm going to show some evidence, so if you'd like to hang out, you can.
Well, I have to do a couple of things, so I'm going to be leaving the show, but I'll check back in and look at the chat and watch what's going on. So.
Yeah. Well, once again, then any last words you'd like to say?
I'm honored that I was asked to do this, number one, especially without evidence ready. So.
But I love all of you. We've all seen your evidence. We know what you're about. So, it's a little disappointing because we know you got some great stuff. But we look forward to it next time.
Thank you. And I watch everything I can get my hands on. So, because like I said, I just want more of it and more of it. So,
anyways, if you guys haven't seen her stuff, make sure you go on to the
MELTOLOGY, Boots on the Ground is where the videos were. Yeah.
And you've also dropped it in the university as well.
Oh, that's right. I did both. That's right.
Yeah. So you guys can catch it there as well. So make sure you guys check it out. She has some great stuff. She's a diehard and excellent stuff. So
thank you, Fervant. Yeah.
Thanks for coming on. And you're going to be getting the link again. So hopefully we'll get to see that evidence here.
All right. I'll get something ready.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Care, have a good night.
You too now. Take care. Wow. Woo. Man. What a headliner you put together, Fervant. Man, that was some nice stuff there from Crystal. And great to see Patty up here. I know you guys know who she is. She's a great person. She's out there a lot, commenting on just about everything that goes on. She's very vigilant. She takes this serious, and she's she has that eagle eye. So it's great. Last words you'd like to say?
I'm honored that I was asked to do this, number one, especially without evidence ready.
Going on over there.
I love all of you.
We've all seen your evidence. We know what you're about. So great stuff. But we look forward to next time. Going on over there, Fervent.
I get my hands on. So because like I said, I just want more of it and more of it. So
anyways, if you guys haven't seen her stuff. Something's going on with yours over there, Fervent. I had to mute you real quick. Do you have two devices on? Because there's a loop where it's playing mine in the background. Do you have two pages up? Great stuff. Excellent stuff. So,
thank you, Fervent. Yeah.
Thank you, Patty.
Thanks for coming on, and you're going to be getting the link again. So hopefully we'll get to see that. Not sure what's going on over there with you. It's not like you at all today. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Because my screen's all fucked up. I can't see you. I haven't been able to see any of the evidence except for on my phone. And I really appreciate Crystal. Y'all still got me, right?
Yes, yeah, you're still in.
Crystal Frisbee, thank you so much, darling. Great job, great evidence. Patricia, darling, thank you so much for coming in. And I can't wait to see y'all in again. I'm going to hang out here, James. I don't know if it was just too many people on, or I just don't know what's going on. I rebooted my phone. I rebooted my PC. It's just,
we know what it is, them motherfuckers.
Well, I appreciate you, brother. If you want to dive into some evidence, I'll try to get the chat if it keeps me fucking here.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and dive in, people. You know how we do it.
We do it.
And Dean the Machine's gonna keep it clean.
Right on, brother.
I don't know why I'm going over there. Hit the wrong button already. Shit. There we go.
Yeah, I don't even have your avatar or your picture up.
That's how it was with me when I was doing that time when I was using my phone. I had no service when they shut my service off.
Okay, now I got your picture. Fuck, man.
Yeah, it's gonna go in and out. You're not getting a strong enough signal. That's what it was doing with me.
Yeah.
In that case, I better check to see it.
I'll flick through the chat here. Fred Alcamos, Vegan Aries, Vigo02, Derv, there you are. Alcamos 83. My gosh, y'all are in here. Who else we got? Fred was in here.
Am I up?
Hold on.
Do you see anything?
Your second screen came up, but I don't see infinity.
Oh, you don't see the evidence up there?
It might be up. My screen's fucked, dude. Let me get on my phone, see if I can.
Let me get another screen up. I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't have a. You know what? I can come back out real quick.
I'm going to bring you up on YouTube or on my phone, see if because my screen here on my PC is frozen.
Gotcha.
My volume's fine, I guess. My audio, but my screen's fucked.
Bear with us real quick, guys. Just making sure I'm in. I should have had this up to view. Let me get this phone on real quick. It's booting up. Hope everyone's having a good day.
Yeah, signal's slow. My phone's spinning.
Happy Tuesday. All right, I'm pulling it up right now. We're all good. Give me just a second. Just turn my phone on. I turned it off because I didn't want no interruptions. So, do apologize about that. Okay, yeah. I'm in. All right, let me turn this phone back off.
Yeah, you're in.
Stupid thing. Power off. Well, you know what? I don't have to do that. I can put it on that airplane thing, huh? There we go. Boom. All right. I forgot about that. All right, everyone. Sorry about that, guys. Let me just get rolling. You know, have everyone up here. So what's up to all the meltologists up there? There you go. Everyone's up there except for Truth Seeker 69 because her channel had changed since this time. She didn't have one up. But she was just in, and hopefully someone put the link out there. But we will fly by, fly high, fly straight, fly together. And we'll start with this flood right here. We got the melt on the outside here, and the part that did not get melted left over, kind of like those churches that they said that they carved out. Nothing was carved. They just didn't get flooded. This here's the melt, and this is the pocket of survival that's not in the melt. Middle of nowhere component. The inside of this component, you see it's all churned up. All this inside the inner parts pushing out. Just going to cruise through these. Once again, you got the brick flood out here. All flooded, giving you that elephant skin look. And you got your component in the middle of nowhere, looking all around, left, right, front. Nothing out here. Impossible area to want to build at the time that they're telling you that these are built. And nothing around. Not even a camel would want to walk out here in the middle of nothing. Here's your guy down here. And all your brick lines up here. Guy down here. All this brick in the melt.
You're doing great.
Thanks. In the melt with fervent heat. Here's another picture of that. Got these pillars. Huge complex component system, whatever was here, probably some type of grid component set up, and it's all flooded. Brick ash everywhere. What's up, Eagle Eye crew? In the melt. Once again, apertures. You see the melting, the action on this. And look back here. Here's another building back here that's melted. This one here still has the apertures, archways, brick lines. Bump that up a little bit. Brick lines going across, rock curtaining across. Here's an archway right here. Here's another archway, double archway right here. Archways back here, dripping over. Rock curtaining over. Brick lines still in here.
Looking
apertures
good.
Apertures all through here. Ghost apertures. You can see them all through there. And bump that up a little bit. You can see them as you're doing your whoop-de-woo thing. Brick lines all through here. It's a building. Rest of the building back here, melted. Brick ash everywhere.
Nice pick.
Thanks. Thank you. More melt. All this charred up, charred and scarred, crystallizing. This side is still sandy looking. This side's charred and scarred. Middle of nowhere. The hell's this? You got all this melt down here, blocked up. Break that went block. And this shit here in the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
Let's just see what's going on here. Okay, here we go. Once again, it's transition here. We'll bump this up. So here we are up here. Here's your land. This is we were looking at this earlier inside that so-called cave. The crystal was showing us. And I was explaining we see this a lot, that pattern. But her pattern was on the was coming off the side, was not from the bottom. How this is touched to a bottom here, coming off. Hers just doing the same thing. But that's that electricity going through and that heat and that melt.
Yep.
But then you have this here where I put an archway and close it up. These aren't closed. You look through there, but this is closed up. And look at this transition. Let me bump that in just a little bit. You see this transition right here, this brick and balloon rocking. These are ballooning up, changing, and then it transitions into this. And you can follow this line here. You can see these transitional pieces in the in-between here. What do you see? You see this here, this ballooning rock, this balloon rocking right there. If you look in between, you can see that same brick in there, this balloon rocked. And in between these speckles, you can see it. You can see it all through there. We always get to see the transitions from brick to whatever it's turning into. This here is draped over. It's rock curtaining over. It is almost going into Kubert columns. It's shooting out. Same pattern we see when we see those crystals shooting out. This here just didn't crystallize, but it's the same effect. It used to be brick, and now it's shooting out towards us. It used to be flat like this, and look how far it's protruding out, heating up, expanding. It's hot. It's trying to get the fuck up out of there. It's like being in a fire. You're trying to get out. You see through this vegetation, you can still see this over here, but over here it's all this. Anyway, we're gonna keep pushing. We'll let the geologists scratch their head on that. And here's your other piece of your pocket of survival up here. Why do you have this over here and this going into this shit here? With the blockage in there where you can't get in. They love building their stuff into mountains. You do all this, and then you start carving shit inside here to make it easier, huh? What's this up here? Why is this curved? That's got a strange formation. It's like it's leaning towards us, like an archway leaning towards us. But there's
coming through good, looking great.
Thank you, sir. Once again, look at these transitions. Just slapped it right in there, no problem, huh? For what purpose? If you can build this, why are you going in there? Why are you going in there and start blowing up shit, carving shit. I don't think so. You'd build this down in the flatland. You don't need to come up here. It's dangerous. But up here, you see this stain and scorching. Piezoelectricity coming through, blocking and rocking and melting. Once again. And here we go. Crystal was just pointing out the background of the other pic. You see these background pics, mountains. What we're told are mountains. Nothing more than buildings just like this over here. Melted. This pocket of survival over here. Got all this here rocked up, but you still got this. Still see brick coming out. It's got the mortar across it. You still see brick around it. Locked up at the bottom, underneath. Here's your shards right here jumping out. Brick wall turned to balloon rock. And here you go, terracing sideways. Your layers of brick. And then ballooning on the side here. And of course, the obvious.
Looking good.
Thank you. Once again, who's going around carving all this stuff? What purpose? You could do this, then you can build with brick. You would never do this. I mean, this is all flat right here. This means they're telling you someone came out here and carved this and made it all flat and then angled it off and went in. Didn't know reading, didn't know mathematics, but yet they can do 90-degree angles like this. And then choose to do this over here. But yet take the time to do this for the face.
Right.
And it looks like shit. You just melt, ballooning out. It's gonna keep you pushing. Once again, if you could build this, why are you messing with this here? Why are you chiseling inside here, putting the apertures in here?
Right.
If you can build this, I mean, why are you worried about going in there? Well, you got a door to go inside there. It's easier just to build this over on this side and have this area instead of going over there. But they always choose the hardest way to do things. Melted block right here, blocked up all this. Look at this cut line right here where my cursor is. Goes across, keeps going, boom. Cut lines. Compressing down. Same color. This and this. Same heat. This is just your pocket of survival. This here take the bulk of the load. This here still looks inhabitable as it was built by brick. This one here looks, I'm gonna tell you, they carved it with one priest or something ridiculous. Doesn't matter. It's always ridiculous. Balloon rocks over here ballooning up. The viscosity of this, look at that, heat expansion. Still got your brick here, brick lines here, compressed brick lines, but you got your pocket of survival here, and this here is just heat expanding, ballooned up, and then it's cooling down, and the heat is escaping. It's just hot air coming through, giving this coral effect.
Yeah.
Always got to put a doorway in these when you're building these. You got your doorway down here and a window here, another aperture here. And look how big this place is. Look how huge it is. What do you got a door for down here? You need a door for here. What's this for? And look at that door. Huge frame. Blocked up. I see the bricks in this. You see the bricks in this right here. I'm not sure if this is bricked out right here. It's all closed in. But look at this over here. We got the pattern over here. We know what it is. You got your viscous holes in here. Huge building. Huge building. Look at these columns. Jeez. Look at this column stops right here. It's not even all the way down. It's melted off. Where is it?
It's like a wonky cubert.
Yeah. All these are weird, wonky cubert looking. because you got this part over here and it goes down into the melt, and you got this part that comes over here instead of starting right here. It's like it either is part of this or part of this here, and this part fell back on it. Whatever it is, it's weird looking wall. But this part here on this side here, you can still see the brick that's blocked up. And of course, I think it was Patty was saying earlier, the plumbing's still running. Plumbing's still running. Bricky over here all churned up. And bricky on this side. Brick line right here, brick line right here. Here, brick there, brick everywhere, brick. And the plumbing is running. Got your mortar popping out. Plumbing still running. How viscous this area is. This aperture here closing up, but still got enough to go ahead and explore in there. The viscosity on this. Water overrunneth, making its way through. New destination after the melt. Here's all the melt right here, all hanging down. Don't look like bat shit to me. Hanged up, melting. It's not inside, but look at it. It's dripping. All this here is dripping. We see it inside the caves as well. I should say the so-called caves, which are nothing more than passageways and rooms and stuff that you would have in your house or in a building.
Exactly.
If you go upstairs, downstairs, you have hallways and other units or whatever going on. So this down here is kind of weird, but let's move on, guys. You are in the melt and with Fervent Heat and co-hosting with myself, Meltology's finest. Brick lines. Look at the melt. Brick lines are going up this way. It should be going across, sinking down. And that's why you have this slope right here, this hill. It's melting down into itself. More bricks are doing tricks. All churned and turned, blocked.
Hello, Melanie Moran. It's been a while. Brick love, sweetheart.
Blocked. Churned and turned. All these bricks, look at this shit right here coming out towards us. You got this right here. What happened? You got an archway and it's missing something. Weird place right here. And you got all this shit right here like a little ramp. All pushed out, expanding out. This shit down here all closed up. We see you. We see you. Look at the background. These so-called mountains. They didn't make it. It's your pocket of survival right here. But this here blends in with this here better than it does over here. And look at this down here. Looks like this shit up here. We bump that in. All this shit at the bottom. Really? Look at the brick lines still in this piece. Still got the brick lines. Before it gets all shitty like this, but you got these huge balloon rocks over here. Looks like it belongs up in here. Brick lines.
Yeah.
Structure.
Rolling along good, James.
Thank you, sir. We'll keep it going. Let me grab a little smoke real quick.
Yeah. I'm going to roll through the chat. Melanie Moran, Rick Love, good to see you again. Natalie Dervo C. I am Nancy here. Ann Pearson.
I'm Nancy. And
yes. I'm going to shout some more while I still.
Yeah, please do. Please do. We may have lost Fervent Heat, but he will be right back. That might be him right there. Thanks everyone for coming in, dropping by, taking your time out of your day. Melted Red Brick University. Please like, share, subscribe, donate if you can. And welcome to the live stream. Done on a regular basis. Sometimes every day, sometimes every other day. Try to do it on a everyday basis. But sometimes we have technical issues like we're having right now. It seems to affect us quite often when we're talking the truth. One of these days we'll have a topic on dinosaurs with no problems on communication. Anyway, let's go ahead and push on why Dean is trying to get back on. I will go ahead and proceed. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to go ahead and pass people. We've done this one. And right away, we see the patina up here, old world, damaged. And of course, we see all the brick that has all expanded out, turned and churned. Now, you tell me that they built this shit like this, really? Does this not impose a safety hazard for the king or whoever is supposed to own this place? This is in the inside. We're not on the outside. This is the inside wall. And look at this shit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good.
If you came to your castle and you had paid money and you came to see this shit here.
Hey, James.
Yes, sir.
Real quick before I blink out, the man 23420. What about mud fossils? It's bullshit. It's a cover story. It's a smoke screen. They're not mud fossils. There's no mud flood. It's about meltology. We don't do that stuff here. Brick love to you. We keep it with meltology. That's what the evidence shows us.
Yeah, mud is nothing more than brick ash. So if you got anything in mud, well, it's nothing but brick ash. Thanks for taking care of that, Fervant. Same place. Walkway. Top's melted building. Pocket of survival. Everything else is melted. You see these walkways all over. It doesn't matter if it's in a structure or in the middle of a damn desert. We see them everywhere. These so-called walls and Great Walls of China, India, and all the other ones, nothing more than walkways, passageways connecting the buildings. Expansion. What the fuck this is right here? Excuse my French, if that's even French, but the aperture is closed up. You can see the archway right here coming down. Here's your awning right here. It's all closed in. Archway here sunk down. This building's in the smelt. Look at it.
Looking good.
It's in the smelt.
You're looking good.
Okay, thank you. Brick line's getting compressed. Right here, they're all melted out, giving that honeycomb effect. This side, they're bulging out, popping. Damage all the way down. This side's taking most of the hit. You can hit the hardest. This is that castle. That one I was just showing, that so-called castle, which is nothing more than a component. But now it's a castle. It's the inside of it. Scorched up and all melted. Bricks that are all blocked up. All different shapes. None of them are the same shape in here. Ridiculous. All this up here, melt. All this down here, melt. Ridiculous. Still see some of the red brick in here. Scorched. Damaged, scorched, melted. Sometimes it's so obvious, huh? They want to tell you weather damage or rain damage or sand damage or everything, but when it's swelled up like this, when it's blocked up, you can't do that. It's an A-frame right here. Some scorched up anyway. Doorway. Possibly damaged. All melted. Still see the brick here. Still intact, but this side here, can't even tell it's brick. Whole valley out here of melt. Remnants of buildings. Archway, lower archway. Possibly going down in the melt. And it's like it's sloping.
Looking good.
Thank you. Blocked up around it, melted, and transferred into something other than brick. Crystal was talking about, see this everywhere, this scorching up here. Start at the top and you see the brick lines up here and then block lines over here, compressing, possibly archway right here, rock curtaining over, expanding out. And then right away, you have this huge opening here, 90-degree angles, another one, filled out aperture right here, brick lines going across, archway in here, brick lines all up through here. Scorched. Once again, brick lines.
Always the lines, man.
Always the lines. Block lines with the ports. Expansion out. Melting, expanding out. And here's your block lines up here. And your brick that turned the block. And your pocket of survivals, of course. The aperture going inside. No one carved this in here or in here. You see the block in here.
Yeah.
Expansion trying to come out. You see it in here.
Yeah.
Again. No one's carving none of this stuff. Got your brick lines up here transitioning right into this. How they invest this into this. And why does it not stop here? It goes in. It keeps on going. This is just a piece of it. Why is it so, the depth of it so far in there? And all this. We know what it is. We know what it is. Archway over here. Melted stairs up here. Melt on them. Melt over here. Ooh, excuse me. So that's the. Excuse me. Let me keep it going, everyone.
Right on. You're looking good, James. Keep rolling, brother.
Gotcha. Melted brick on the floor here. You see this pattern a lot. And then, of course, the background here, it's all churned up, which is now a religious shrine, but it's nothing but churning and turning.
When you see this everywhere, it's usually once the skin is off, and you see inside of the brick. In between, you see all that churning going on, all churned up. Must be chemtrailing me right now. Jeez. And in your natural archway that we see all the time, which is unnatural, but they want us to think it's natural, but you can see this is all dripping inside all this wonky archway. You can see it, the ridge of it. You can see this ridge right here of this archway. These are ghost archways here. This one you can see spilling out as well. There's rock curtain all over, melting down. And look at this on this side. You can see the ridges on this. It's kind of weird. And all this right here, dripping down, melting. Your brick line going across over here, melted, but it's with this one, boom, boom. Like we see all the time. Let's follow the line. Boom, boom.
Rolling great.
Rolling. Keep them doggies rolling.
Meltology's finest right here, buddy. Everybody in the nest. James is carrying it through tonight. Thank you, brother, once again. I'm just going to yell out to Martin Haley, the man, 123420, Dervo C, Natalie, Steve Finneran, Melanie Moran. The list goes on. Brick love to everybody. Thank you for being here.
Brick love. And once again, here's these brick lines. You look up here and say, well, why is this shit up here? Why is this here? The skin is off. This is what the skin's still on it. But underneath the skin is this. And you tell me they built this shit like this and then just decided to throw a few bricks up here? I guess maybe decorative, huh? Home and Garden came by and they wanted to remodel. And down here, it's all smooth. All the skin is off. It's been X Factor, swelled up.
Yeah.
Melted floors, scorched inside. Like this might be a piece of wood right here. It's hard to tell. We know wood survives. This looks like it's wood. But you see the brick on top. This whole piece here is bricky. Scorched. Probably threw a fire down here just to throw you off. So yeah, this is where they help with the lie. Once again, what we got going on here? Let's go ahead and bump this up and just wonder what huge chunk right here. Transition here. Like we got windows here, apertures. Let's make this piece down here because you see this is squared and they just put this shit on top. How did this get on top of this? Because this is structured right here, squared. And so this is natural. Well, why is it on top of something that's not natural? How did it get up there and why?
Right.
Just threw it up there for the hell of it. This piece doesn't move. This got your plaque on it right here. Looks like your lie, maybe. But you see, this is all this shit up here. You see the brick right here in the corner. Look at that. You see it melted right there. We know what it is. All expanding out right here, ballooned up, blocked up. I'm sorry. And up here, this all rock curtain over. You got your ridge up here. You maybe still got your brick roof for this part here. Inside, all ballooned up. Brick lines right here, going across, boom. And then the skin is off here, right underneath this branch. Evidence is everywhere. Evidence is everywhere. Ballooned up, brick turning balloon rock up against what they're calling a mountain. Here's your pocket of survival. And here's your what they're calling coral, expanded out brick ballooned out, and it's now got these real viscous holes in it as it's cooling down. Layered, but you can see these layers look very flaky, these layers in between. It's this separation, these brick lines that are real thin, but then there's separation in between as they're cooling down. Up here, they're still smashed together. Where here, it's they were able to air out whatever happened to it. They got a lot, looks a lot more airy than these here, however you want to word it. Once again, you got this brick over here blocked up in between this. Well, these are your remnants, pocket of survival. The rest of the building here, it's all rocked up. Down here is all rocked up. Rocking and blocking. But look at on the outside of the mount. Another set of brick lines. And inside, here's your skin right here, and behind is coming off.
Alchemos 83 in the nest.
Alchemos.
Yo, greetings, guys. What's up?
Hey. Welcome.
Hey. I thought I'd jump in. I had a little evidence. If there's time, I can show it. It's a short one.
Yeah, you guys carry it through, man. I'm in and out.
Okay, Dean.
Yeah, definitely, buddy. I'll zip through these and see what you got.
Hey, thanks for letting me in, man, Dean.
Oh, you're welcome, brother. Thank you for coming in, dude.
Exactly.
It's a pleasure and an honor, as always.
Always a pleasure to have you in the mess, man. It's been great, man. We've had the finest coming in. Man, that's what happens up in here.
Hey, it was a big surprise, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Unexpected ladies' night. Dean behind the scene.
Well, I may have some fucked up shit with Streamyard, but goddamn it, we're getting them in here. We're getting Meltologists up in here, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, you do what you can do, man. It's like that.
Exactly.
You do what you can do. Much appreciated, man.
Oh, back at you, man. You're rolling along good, James.
Okay. Melted. Heat damage melted. Brick lines back here ballooning out, ballooning. All ballooned out. Once again, middle of nowhere, blending in with the background, blocking up, rocking up, and up here just melted up. See brick inside of here. It's churned up here, sitting on a pile of bricks down here.
Yeah, and then the two arches above, they were so much more damaged than the rest.
Exactly. We've seen this picture earlier.
Strange, because normal is the opposite.
Yep, you're right.
Nice picture.
Thank you, sir. Rock curtain over, all ballooned out. Definitely heat damage, scorched, melted. And as we see so many times, the ground is at the floor as well. Complete melt job. And I hit this place a few more times. Total melt job. Archway here, melting, expanding and oozing out. Clearing down. Melt right here. Vegetation's taking over on it. Size of the melt. Here's a person standing up here. See, it's all melted How do you build like this, and why would you build like this? What's all this shit here? Standing on top of the melt. Brick lines right here. See the brick lines going across. See some of the brick lines up here. Scorched, melted. Once again, all this melt, rock climbing, expanding out, turning the brick into something unrecognizable. But here you can clearly see the transitions of these bricks turning into this unrecognizable area. It's part that looks more like a mountaintop. And here you can see the melt transitioning and staining, dripping down, expanding out, brick lines expanding out, pulling apart, separation.
Cooked out.
More of it here. Here's your bricks. All this shit here. What's this shit? They tell you they built it like this?
Right.
Yeah. How?
And why?
Yes. Unless you're trying to have the world's ugliest castle. I mean, this thing has engulfed this side of the building. Doesn't exist no more. And so on and so on. Once again, this side is almost worthless. It's useless. Everything's closed up. Melted. Whole tower. There's a tower. It's melted from this point on. Heat coming from the bottom. It's melted the hell out of it. And then it stopped. Came up the side of this here. Scorched. All this stuff here is off center. And then you have these 1, 2, 3, and then you have this blocked in area, and then this area doesn't go with it. More of it. Whole corner blown out, melted.
Yeah, some serious brick hemorrhoids.
Man, for real. Serious. All this shit.
Man, crazy picture, crazy place.
Melted.
Crazy meltdown.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, if that's not melted, I don't know what to tell you guys. If you don't understand that buildings melt, that brick melt, that mountains are melted brick buildings, man, it's probably close to time for you to go watch your news, and you know, catch up on it, whether or not it's time for you to get your jab or not. But that's all my evidence. I'm gonna go ahead and pull out of there. Thank you.
Great stuff, man. Enjoyed it.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, guys. If I can get back in now, there we go. Boom.
Good stuff. Right. You said you had some stuff, Alchemos?
Yeah, I can bring something up. I'll try.
Let's roll this.
All right.
James, awesome. Again, thank you, brother. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, man, you know, hey, you know I got you, brother.
All right, I'm going to, you want to take your one screen off, James?
It is off.
Okay, my screen's all fucked. Why don't you bring Alchemos in, make sure.
I clicked the share.
Yeah, okay. I sure will. Alchemos, boom, right there, boom. He is in.
Hey, you're gonna like this place, man. It's the melted ice cream palace.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Man. Wow. Still see the breaks everywhere in between, and here you see actual the building melt. Ice cream. And this is a place in India, Masroor. But it's
melted.
Look at it. The more I'm intrigued by it, like.
Thank you, Frederick.
Yeah, and if you look behind, you also see still the terracing going.
Oh yeah.
To show that it was all one structure.
Derv, thank you, Derv.
Here it's clear. You see still the molding.
Brick love, brother. Yeah, look at that melt on it.
Yeah, this is like an obvious picture.
And look at that right side also, on the far right. Yeah, look at that melt. That melt looks like it's pushing upward.
You're right, yeah.
Maybe it's leaning that way, huh? Maybe that's what it's doing. Man, that's a nice melt job.
Maybe it's this piece here. I don't know for sure. Are you on the right picture? Yeah. Yeah, but just to see as obvious that. Yeah, the molding melted away here.
Yeah, dude.
It's like there came a layer of melted veneer over it, because underneath you still see brickwork.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sure was. Nice.
Yeah, they probably done. Maybe some places they even covered up more. It seems like they done a job on it. But how can they hide the melt? It's too obvious, you know. They can hide the redness of the bricks maybe, but not the melt. Man. Here you see the straight line.
Yeah.
The blocks here.
I am still monitoring the situation, guys.
Hey, Sparkman.
Hi. Yo. How you doing?
Up, man?
I'm good, Alessandro. Good that you're in the house.
You know me, Spark.
Yeah, you're going to keep going, I know. And James is killing it as usual. I just popped in just to let you know I'm still around.
Nice.
Nice, Spark.
I see where have the ladies gone. They had to go. I know Jen had to go.
Yeah. Yeah, Jen had to pick her husband up, and Crystal showed us some great evidence.
Yeah, I was watching.
Yeah, and
awesome stuff.
Yeah,
she said before she had like 6,000 more pictures and videos she made to show.
Oh, listen.
So she's loaded.
She's going to be a regular. She's going to be an addict, same as Patty. She'll be an addict too.
Yeah.
Just spot on mine.
Oh yeah, Patty's going to have some stuff for us next time. She's going to have her daughter help her load it up on the computer.
Yeah. It's all the case of getting them used to being in the nest, in the zone, so they're comfortable. And then you get the best of them.
Yes.
You know, if we all had those first appearance jitters I had, and but once you get,
I think they did wonderful.
Yeah. They did great.
Oh,
they
yeah,
did
they
great.
did.
Especially Crystal. She gave a very good account of herself, which was very.
Oh yeah,
very
very proud.
And I'm looking forward to her coming in some more, so that we can have this open-ended kind of forum of discussion. I like the way that the conversation was going between the ladies there. It was fantastic.
yes, it was great dialogue.
Anyway, I'm back out now. See you in a bit.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I'll continue. This is the backside.
Yeah, keep it rolling up.
Yeah. And always the water nearby the temples.
Mm-hmm.
Man, just these were all the same, and these, where is the top?
Yeah, make that melt job.
Yeah. Yeah. Already blocked up. Yeah, but the melt is crazy on this place, man. It's like it looks like ice cream. Crystal said it before too, and sometimes really look like ice cream.
Am I in? Everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me say this. The man 123420. What melted this stuff? Well, I'll tell you what, you're in the wrong spot, brother. I suggest you just sit back, enjoy, listen, learn, and check out the Tartarian Meltdown with Joachim. Watch his documentaries, it'll explain it. This is advanced level meltology. If you don't know what you're looking at or what we're talking about, you really need to catch up and catch up way fast. So again, just sit back, listen, learn, and brick love to you. Go ahead, Alkmos.
Yeah, I'll scroll too, but this is just one place. Yeah, it's obvious the whole place how it got hit. Yeah, I always think they always try to hide so much stuff, but it's impossible because this place is so huge that they can't hide everything, you know. Yeah, here is you can see it's obvious that if they even if they say they put these blocks after, why are these blocks like going down here from the pressure? You know, that would be straight too if they put it after. It would this line would just continue like this, but here it buckles down from the weight from here. That's because it was all the same. Yeah. And around the water, the walls were all scorched also. You can see it.
The electrical energy coming from the bottom up, from the ground up, from the bottom up. It's called the X factor event. It went through these red brick structures and melted them into what we see now. We see scorching. We see cooked out. We see all kinds of melt. So this is
Look
what
how
did
it crystallized here.
Yeah.
Seems all crystallized on the inside. This looks even like a filled doorway.
It did look like some type of doorway, huh?
But you see the melt pattern, I can say, like it still looks like it's running down. Came up and run down. Hey, that's why they everywhere you go, they sell the broomsticks, man. They had to clean up all the brick ash. It's the broomstick bunch. Yeah, here you still see it scorched. Yeah, this is also one of the insides. It's the same I showed before, but now you see more of the ceiling. A strange pattern in it. But here it really looks like a doorway, and there's still a column.
Yeah.
Yeah. We see now what destruction is.
Yeah, total destruction, huh?
Think you wouldn't want to be there when it happened.
Oh, hell no. Nope. You're not gonna live to talk about it.
Here, it's this piece with still the decoration on it. Looks like it slid off.
Yeah, it does.
Because it almost fit. Yeah.
It's exactly what it did.
Yeah, here you have so many like sliding melt, like it melt, but then a piece sliding down or something. Yeah. Hey, if it was just a few levels further melted down, then it was just like we see these strange rock mountains in India, you know. But all these strange rock mountains look more like this before it melted.
Yeah.
It follows the same angle as the background of the rest of the pic.
Beneath, yeah, behind, it was all building.
That block line down there.
Look at that. And look at that left side, those brick lines.
With this picture or on the right?
Yeah, I'm looking at this picture here. I'm looking at that column right above your cursor.
Yeah.
And look here, this column still invested in.
Yeah.
This was one too, probably.
The back of it.
Here too. Yeah. This is a strange spot. It's more viscous here. It looks.
Plumbing's still running.
Yeah. It's everywhere like that.
Yeah. That everything?
I got more, but I think maybe it's already late. Show is running long. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, since I'm in,
only been 3 hours, but yeah.
Hey, try Dean, if you can try.
It seems to be not messing with me now. I don't know if it was just
on it. Yeah. Right, let's do it.
All right, hold on.
Hey, you know, there's so much evidence, but there will be so many shows, so we can show And another time what we got. And for next time, I'm gonna try to pick out the pictures again, like from the best pictures from the best post.
Oh, that was great what you showed, man. That was. Hey.
But I found this place interesting to. Yeah, it's looked like.
No, that was great stuff.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Hey, everyone, bringing it, you know.
Yeah, shit. You know, we're showing meltology. Shit.
Let me know when I'm good, guys.
Yeah, you're coming in.
You're coming in.
You're popping up. Images haven't loaded yet, but you're in. Okay. Okay. Their images are up. Well, half of them. All righty.
Good.
Not yet. There we go. You're in.
Okay. Thank goodness. I can at least show some evidence tonight. Once again, thank you everybody for coming in. James, Crystal Frisbee,
thanks, Fred.
Patricia, Jen, Alchemos 83, everybody. Of course, Spartan, Laughing Eagle. I love everybody. Thank you. We got a melt here. Just showing you the wall down here. We got a melt here. All right, got an echo.
Yeah, it was me, but it's gone. Sorry.
Okay. You're good. You're good. Just showing you here. If you're new in the nest, if you're new in the university, you know, these are melted buildings. Mountains are melted buildings. And here's an example as to why. You see up here at the top, and then you come down about halfway, you got structure. Why would you have structure in there? Okay. This is a melted building. More evidence. Another melted building. All this was red brick at one time. Perfect red brick. It got X-factored. Heat comes from the bottom up and melted everything and expanded it. Buoyancy and density took over and it sank. So what we're seeing here is this whole structure sank down into the melt. This little pocket of survival, what you see in the bottom of the pick, and in between the top of the pick up here in the center, it's all that's left of this building. Still good, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Another melted building. What you see here is expanded balloon rock boulders going on, block. You can still see the some of the red, the C14 from the brick still present. The rest of it has been cooked out. These red brick expanded into these huge blocks that you see here. Welded together. That's why this thing is still standing. You can still see some bricks periodically through in between the bouldering.
Yeah.
A downward angle. Another melted building. Look right here. Look at the weld right here. See how it invested it from behind? It's coming up, and all of this is expanding and just ate the backside of this building up. Can still see some of the blocking in here. An aperture right here expanding out, about ready to close. Down at the bottom, you see this arch within an arch. Within an arch.
Wow.
I'll bump through, won't dally.
You're good.
Another brick building, melted brick building. The floodwaters came in after the melt. Everything you see here was red brick building. Even the little island with the vegetation on it, that's the top of a melted building. It's part of this structure in the foreground. All this was one structure. Another melted building they like to call castles.
Yeah, of course. The narratives.
You can still see the texturing, the brick through here, the lines. Look at the seismic pattern on this over here. These bricks over here. All up this column, this tower. And all this vegetation is feeding on the brick ash of the pulverized brick ash. This thing sank down into the melt. This little piece down here, you can see where it's sinking down into the melt, if you can see my cursor. We still good? Am I still in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. More evidence coming from the bottom up. See all this expanded at the water line coming up? This was all nice, perfect red brick at one time. The heat coming up from the bottom expanded it all out like this. Scorching on the way up. See the blackness, the dark? That's scorching. The white is the cooked out brick forming into block. You can still see the lines. See them?
Gotcha.
Another example coming from the bottom up. Structure up here. You're not going to build it on this kind of stuff. All of this was melted red brick. All this was the structure. Perfect red brick. The heat blew it out looking like this, leaving this. See it? Structure. Heat coming up from the bottom, expanding the brick, cooking it out of the C14, the redness in the brick. Another example of the blocking. Heat coming from the bottom up. This is the only thing left of this building. This is the very top of this building. You can see the heat expansion here in the bottom right corner. Look how cooked out it is. It's white. There's not much redness of the C14 left. The rest of the building is underneath. Look at these arches right here. Horseshoe magnets. Look at how the blocking, see how it's expanding on the inside here?
Mm-hmm. We're filling in on there too.
Yep. See this block sticking out here?
Seems balloon rocking on the inside.
Yeah. And this arch is filled out here. Still with me?
Yeah.
Am I in?
Yeah.
Okay, you're still in.
This is a fisheye lens. That's why it looks like it does. This is the kind of lens NASA uses to make you think you live on a fucking ball. Okay. But I just wanted to show this structure in the middle. This is all old world heat damaged building right here. I would say this is grid component, not made for habitation, but made for functionality. You can see how the heat come from the bottom up and expanded and filled in the middle of this here. Another example, melted building. All this down here at the bottom, you can still see red brick down here, looked like this. Better than this. This is still heat damaged brick here, but at least it's got some remnants of the shape what it used to be compared to this. You can still see a wall down here. Look. See this wall? It was all perfect red brick. Heat come from the bottom up, melted, buoyancy and density. It sank down, leaving what we have here. Another example. All this leading up to it is melted building. This is the top of a melted building. All the way back here in the background, both sides, melted buildings. Everything is melted buildings, melted structure. See how it come from the bottom up? Ate its way up this wall.
Yeah.
Doing the good old rock climbing.
Yep.
Yeah, 1 tower sinking down.
Yeah. Exactly. I'll bump through. Another example here, scorched. You still got some C14, some redness on the bottom and then up top here. Heat expanded brick. That's why you got these big blocks in here. All welded together. Got different size up here, bigger over here, cooked out here, scorched charred here. All electrical energy came through here and electrified this realm. That's why these things look like they do. Many people know what these are. I took this just to look down on it. They're all over this melted realm. They call them star forts, but they're melted buildings. They're melted structures. This is the very top of this melted structure. Everything you see out here is nothing but brick ash flood with plants growing on it and buildings built on top of it, modern. This is all old world in the foreground, sinking down into itself. I mean, look how huge this wall is. Look, these are people right here.
Yeah.
Why are you going to build this here? What purpose? And especially to here, what are these back here? These are all melted structures. They're just heat damaged and expanded.
Yeah, you can see that one piece going into it.
Yeah,
where your hand is your hand is right on that brick line. If you swing it to the left on that, follow that brick line into the middle of that crevice, you'll see the structure that's inside the crevice. Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
but that structure right there, it's in there.
Hey, and the right one, the big balloon rock on the right has a aperture with it's spilling out. It seems. Yeah, sorry.
Right here.
Yeah, on the right side, the whole. Yeah, that. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. And it's pancaking down on itself. That's why you have this compression, these faint lines in here. This building is pancaking down on itself. It was very viscous and hot, expanding and sinking down on itself. Like Alchemist just pointed out, coming out of this was an opening here, an arch of some sort, and all this material is coming out of it. In fact, see the difference? You got blocking in here, and then you got this line here where it's coming out.
Yeah.
Good eyes, Alchemist.
Yeah, it's like knowledge. Say it's like the toothpaste you squeeze out.
Yeah.
And the building compresses, and what's too much squeezes out from where it can.
Exactly. And if you look at this wall right here, the outside here is the shell. Okay, you got all these lines in here. This is just the shell. Oops, sorry, wrong way. Look on top. All this chewed out rubble here is what the inside of this looks like. It's not all blocky and perfect. It's all churned and melted into itself. Fused together, keeping the structure of this wall. Another angle of that one I just showed not too long ago. All melted building. See this wall? It's part of this building that's all melted. These stairs coming down, part of the building that's all melted. Melted building. They call it a castle. Look at the heat damage in this pocket over here. Sinking down into itself. The patterns in here. Scorching up top. Look at this brick block line in here, but you have different pattern, or the pattern's different on each side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes up above this first pocket I showed right here where it's scorched and ate out. The heat traveled up. See this? Changing the state of matter here. Smaller building. Not everything is huge. We've got structures just like this that are refurbished and being used today for businesses and houses that are heat damaged, X-factored. See the wall? Look.
Yeah. Because the roofs and the windows are new. That's it.
Yeah. Yep. And you can tell it's by another structure back here that's all X-factored, heat damaged.
Yeah.
This one I think we've seen before. I just snapped it again. If you're new here, this is all old world X-factored heat damaged building. Why is there half an arch here? And all these blocks. And look, you have aperture here, aperture here, aperture here, and then this thing here. Another quick shot here. I don't have too much more to go. Just showing you the heat damage. Look how these things are relatively still got their structure. You can see the lines in here, the brick block lines. These blocks are expanded brick right here throughout this. And then look on this side here. Look at the difference. You still got some of the remaining maybe pockets of some stucco out here, but this is just churned. And then, of course, show you what we're talking about. This was all nice red brick building at one time. Here's your pocket of brick right here. See my cursor? Up here in the top left. Still with you guys?
Yeah, I don't see your cursor, but I know what you mean, the spot. I've seen it on the
Up
left.
here in the top left. Yep.
Yeah, now I see your cursor. Okay. Yeah. I was looking there. Yeah, always it's obvious. The red brick. Always there are survivors, like they say.
You'll find it. Yep.
Yeah.
Another shot. Look, this is the very top of a melted building. See the structure? See the wall? This was all nice red brick structure at one time. Heat come from the bottom up. Look what it did. See? Look down here in the bottom left. It's all cooked out. Heat come from the bottom up, just melting, expanding, and everything's just dropping into itself. Look at this wall down here. See how it's coming off here? And it's sinking down into the melt. All this is structure. See that? Heat come from the bottom up, expanded, cooked out, and is sinking down into itself. Everything you see out here is melted building. All these tops are melted buildings. Everything here is melted building. It's just got plant life growing on it because of the brick ash. The flow come down. Another angle of another Starfort grid component, I would say. Just to show you the size, look how big this is. I mean, if you were standing here, this doorway, this entrance would be very big. Just showing you the size of this. This wasn't built by us. This was built by old world civilization. All heat damage, you can tell. Look, cooked out, scorched, the whole thing along the perimeter of it, all sinking down into the melt.
Yeah, they can be found everywhere. These star foods, they are like everywhere. Seems like they were maybe better insulated. That
Hold
they
on,
survived.
Plug this in real quick. There we go. Another picture, melted building. The same one from before, just a ground level here, or this level here. Melted building. You can still see the wall here. Look, if you don't, look. See, look. Brick block line in here. You can see how it structure here, line. It's all sinking down into the melt, into itself. It's leaning this way, actually.
Melted down towers.
Mm-hmm. All this white was the hottest material, all cooked out of the orange red. See the orange red here? Don't see the orange red as much over here. The heat cooked it out, expanded these blocks, expanded everything to what we see now. See the big blocks, then the rubble? This is what's behind the big blocks, is this rubble. All heat damaged. Tops of melted buildings, everything.
Wow.
Another angle up, melted building. It's not a mountain. It's a melted building. And all these stairs are part of it. Look at the stairs. Look how the state of matter changed in this walkway. This was all red brick. Some chunks still here. You can see a wall coming up over here, or another walkway up this side here. Out in the middle of the field, right next to all this over here, melted red brick sinking down into itself. Look, this was the top of a building. See how it's lower than the rest of the picture? It sank down. All the grass is growing on the melted building.
Yeah, who knows how much it sank down.
Right? Exactly. You see in the apertures, openings, windows, doors, arches. That's what we call apertures. Okay. See how it's expanding on each side here. See how it's, look at this side to this side. All heat damaged. Looking down, cooked out, old world. Heat come from the bottom up. This is the top of a melted building. All these trees are growing on the remains of this cooked out brick ash melted building. They'll tell you that this was built by some king or whatever. Bullshit. This is old world structure. Heat damaged in the factory, man.
Dean, sorry to interrupt. I see a chat from Crystal that she's trying to get back in.
Oh, bring her in. James, you there?
Yeah, let me. Oh, I see her right there. Sorry about that, Crystal. Boom. Sorry about that, Crystal.
That's okay. Hey again, I'm back.
Hey, darling.
Hey, Crystal.
I was just listening in. So
great.
Live boots on the ground.
Yeah. I had to.
Nice.
Yeah, but I'll mute myself so I don't make too much noise.
Oh, don't mute yourself. Break this evidence down with us. What do you see right here, Crystal?
Well, a lot of glare on my cell phone screen, but I see balloon rock bricks. And I hopped on when you were doing that star fort in Portugal. I love that star fort.
Nice.
I've often wondered what the actual purpose of star forts were. I've heard that they even had to do with like controlling weather and possibly the firmament and stuff like that. It's interesting. I wonder what the purpose was of those places.
I would have to say grid components. I mean, this electrical vent that happened, these things were providing free energy between the piezoelectricity and the structures and the energy in the ether. Something happened that triggered this event.
Yeah. It was interesting that one star fort that looked like it had kind of sank down into the ground. I guess that was all melt, like brick ash.
Yeah.
Yeah, and always the upper level of the starports, they survive.
Yes.
It looked like you were a bit different than some other buildings. So maybe there is a different purpose, could be.
Yeah. It makes me think of the Great Wall of China. Like it's the top of something much bigger.
Oh, yes. It's the Great Walkway. Another melted building, refurbished a little bit on the exterior up top. All heat damaged. Balloon rocking here.
I wish we could do some experiments on bricks. Like super high temperature kilns and stuff like that. It would be really cool.
It would. And brick ash down here where the water line is. The Crystal's back. She's hooked.
Yeah, I know. I had to run to the UPS store and then I decided to go hike, and I've actually got some cell phone reception out here, so that's great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Some sort of structure here sank down into the melt. Scorching over here, cooked out over here. Everything back up here and above is melted building.
Flooded in itself.
Yep. Another angle of that one shot that I've shown a couple times before, just showing this one side over here.
Oh, yeah.
That looks a little bit like the same shape as Shiprock out in New Mexico. A little bit.
You can see a ghost arch back down in here. It's almost gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fusion part.
Yeah, look at those bricks transforming.
Red bricks.
Yeah. The bottom of it goes right down into the melt. Can you pull the picture out a little bit? I wanted to see behind that.
Yeah.
That
Which
right
side,
side. I want to see that right side behind. Yeah, right where your hand is. Right back there.
Okay.
That little aperture, because I was looking at that overhang. It looks like a brick line, like a door jamb or something.
Right here?
Yeah, right where your hand is. Yeah. It's blocked up right there.
Yeah.
See those blocks? Can you bump it in a little bit more?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me I can make my screen bigger. I got it in the small because I was doing the chat. Okay, yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, look at that.
Little pocket here.
Just shadowing over there, but yeah, definitely over there. Yeah, nice.
Oh.
Appreciate that.
Brilliant.
Block lines everywhere.
Yeah. And just a couple more here. Here's the water line. Here's some ducks, but all this back here melted building. And just look at how cooked it is.
Nice.
And that might be it. Nope, a couple more. This wasn't blown up because of a war or shot with cannons. This is all heat damage. Look at this line right here. This is the exterior part. This is all churned out brick down here.
Damn.
Yeah, it looks like the upside blew up almost.
Yeah. This is a good shot. You can see brick here, and you got some stucco left on here getting cooked out. And then you follow up and it starts going like flat blocky here. Still keeping its edge. Grid component or horseshoe magnets over here, arches. And this expansion that's shooting out the side here. And let me see. This is the one we already did, I think, maybe. We do this one?
I don't think so.
Nope, this is different. Kind of looks like that first pick that I did, but we got more towers here, columns coming up. But setting in the side of this so-called mountain, see it?
Jeez.
Yeah. Why would you even build a wall there?
Yeah.
So,
What would be the purpose, right? Yeah.
and if you make the obvious questions, then you always come to the right answer, you know? It's MELTOLOGY.
That's it. And that is it for me on my evidence. Do this. Bring everybody back into frame here.
Dean, you made it clean.
Yeah, great stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Hey, they can't keep a good man down. Fuck them.
Oh man, the more it happens, the more I get pissed off and got to come back in. But I just want to say, Crystal, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. I'll have to watch the part I missed with your evidence. I caught
right
the tail
on.
end. So.
Well, I'm just glad I got to come up and show something. I wish I could have been in my own stream and working it, but shit happens, and that's why we got. That's why we're family.
Yeah. You're in good hands.
That's why we're family. You know, we cover for each other. You know, when things go wrong, things happen, and
Yeah. Dean the machine was nice and clean.
Hey, Dean, I'm glad you at least get to show your evidence without falling out. But hey, as you were explaining it, you fall out.
Yeah. He'll be right back in.
That's what we deal with every day. It's normal. It's not even a hiccup. It's normal. You just keep soldiering.
Here he comes. There he is.
Yeah, always at the right time.
James, I'm going to let you close it out. Brick love, everybody. Fervent heat. I'm going to stick it out. Let James Alcamos and Crystal close this out because StreamYard's probably going to fucking kick me off here in a minute anyway. So,
bye-bye.
James, take over,
you, brother. All right.
Take care, Dean.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let's go ahead and just close this out real quick. We want to thank everyone to stop by to spend some time with us and learn a little bit about MELTOLOGY. Crystal, any last words you'd like to say?
Just so happy to be a part of this. I've been out on my own for a long time researching this stuff, and it's so wonderful to be able to share it with other people that have the same interests. So I'm just really, really happy to be here. So thank you for inviting me.
Hey, it's lovely having you on. You know you're going to be getting the invite. You will be hopefully be a part of the a regular part of the nest. Great evidence that you have great boots on the ground, great understanding of MELTOLOGY, and it's just great to have somebody like you, like-minded, and you have you here on the team. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks. And we need to do a group field trip to Vegas.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey.
The word is out, guys. Get your coins together.
Thank you, Patricia.
You got to start the piggy bank.
The most. Any last minute words, brother?
Yeah, I just want to thank you to get the chance to show some evidence, and for the rest, I enjoyed watching the whole show. Everyone always bringing the heat, and with so many new people now, it's awesome. It's just we can do it every day, bring it.
Yeah. Great stuff. All right. Well, I want to give a big thanks to everyone out there, Eagle Eye Crew, Laughing Eagle, Spartan Red, putting this together. Dean, keeping it clean. Make sure you guys tune in the heat with Fervent Heat. It's always going down on Tuesdays, bringing you the most. You know how Dean does it, pulling people together, like-minded people. And what did he do tonight? Brought a great group of ladies in, great MELTOLOGists, great form. And I'm happy I was part of it. Being able to come up here and jump in and take control and try to guide it through until Dean got back in the front and did his thing. So great stream. Spartan, Laughing Eagle, whichever one's listening right now. We appreciate this.
Three of them.
We appreciate this time to do our thing and come out here and represent, and Eagle Eye Crew, keep on flying high and straight. Do like we do. Stay vigilant. Just keep vibing. Fervent, man, it's been fun, guys. Appreciate it.
Please tune in tomorrow. Red Brick Secrets with Mark, our melted reality.
There you go. I put the links up earlier, you guys. Just flip back, and if you don't know where to go, flip back. They're all up there. As soon as I started out with my evidence, I had the list of everyone on there. I know there was somebody earlier asking questions, and go back there where I started. Just look on the list, everyone on there. Start watching MELTOLOGY. Start off with Joachim's documentary, part 1 and part 2, and just go through the list and start subscribing to everyone you see on there, and you'll be caught up in no time.
The Tartarian Meltdown.
There you go. That's it. Everyone else, thanks for tuning in and taking your time away to have a little fun at the chill out zone, chilling out, throwing up some jokes, having a good time. That's what we do here. But we are serious about MELTOLOGY. We keep it on the serious level when it comes to that.
For sure.
but we like to have a good time when we learn and when we teach and when we learn. Like to have a good time. Great environment.
Indeed.
Yeah. Eagle-eye crew mentality. Each one teach one.
That's it. All right. Well, again, thank you, everybody. I think I'll go ahead and close her, James, since I'm still here.
Yeah,
I love everybody. I love you all.
right.
Spread the word. Brick love. Crystal, Alchemos, James, hang out for a minute. Cool?
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night.
I'm going to end it here. See y'all tomorrow night with Mark. Red Brick Secrets.
Brick love, everybody.
Love.
All right. He hasn't quite ended the broadcast yet. I think I might go ahead and end it. Give him a few seconds here. Let me go ahead and end this. Boom.